Airdrop. Fluffy Bunny. Welcome, welcome. Hey, everybody. We're live. Happy Tuesday. We're back with 7 Days to Dies. This is the ThunderCats Lair build. And we're rocking and rolling at 76,000 blocks now.
Where's the ordinary rabbit?
There he is.
That's the most foul, cruel, and bad-tempered rodent you ever set eyes on.
Gotta just get in on my intro. I see how it is. Good to see you, man. Hope
List
you're
it's a
doing
red dwarf.
Oh, snap. Somebody else.
We have in our midst a complete smeg pot. Brains in the anal region. Chin absent, presumed missing. Genitalia, small and inoffensive. Of no value or interest.
I'm just gonna let all you guys do the intro. Screw me, right? How you doing, Dexter? Good to see you, buddy. Alright. Not that this is needed, but we're getting it anyways. What? Okay. See, I keep thinking like my chat bot audio stuff should be disabled for the first 5 minutes of stream. Love the intro, bro. Work of art, man. Reminds me of a dwarf a little. I wonder why. Oh, goodness. Oh, shoot. Do I have my... Okay, the HUD is on. That's weird. It just things look different. Oh, right. We're in the vehicle, so the HUD's different. This way, too. Ooh. Look at that. Voice from the dwarf. Alright. Yeah, like a glove. Exactly, right. Alright. Yeah, I just realized we also haven't read all the magazines yet, have we? That's alright. Okay, so yeah, anyways, as a reminder again, we are streaming live on 3 platforms. We are on Twitch, YouTube, and Kick. And we've got 2 nights now left to finish the ThunderCats Lair build, which is the sucker we're on here. So that's for those that have not been here to witness this build in progress. Anybody that's new coming in here. Certainly appreciate you guys coming on by. It's been a pleasure of a build. Frustrations here or there, but overall it's been a pretty nice build. This Thursday at, I think, around 3 p.m. Central Time, United States, the server gets switched over to PvP for its final night on this seed. And then Friday, this will get wiped and started over with a new map. We'll have new characters, and yeah, we'll rock and roll from there. Let me go home real quick. I actually used up all my repair kits, surprisingly. We just did a horde night. One of the other players on the server stayed on. We fought with each other on it. Fought the horde, not each other. But yeah, I just wanted to get it over with because we want to work on the ThunderCats Lair and not worry about horde night shenanigans. We'll get plenty of that on the next map, to be quite honest. Okay, I don't know if there is, what am I trying to say? I don't know if there is repair kits elsewhere, but again, we're on the last couple days here. I just want to make sure I've got them. Okay, put the cloth back. Forced iron. Again, it's like how do I oh no, I missed the chat. Tofu Chicken came over and saw Cluck Norris. It was like, how'd you get such a big chicken? I was like, oh, wait a minute. Someone named Tofu Chicken is coming over. Some say when the Cluck Norris lays a new egg, we get a new moon. There we go. And Fluffy Bunny, we'll see you when you get back, buddy. Oklahoma. Where the something. Did we close the door? I did. Okay, so let's do /return on the teleport. We're gonna do a walk around, do a perimeter check on the base here. Drop off this medical supplies. Switch these tools there. I got these bulletproof legs. Okay, so let's do it that way. That way. Sure, why not? Alright, we're just wanting to keep our concrete and cobble and such in specific areas while we're keeping track of what we're working on here. So there's that. I'll put all of this down hither. Oh no, I dropped it. Oh no, I've been shot. We'll go back for some more food at the main base eventually. So I took observation tower down. And before I screw up and teleport up to that spot, I'll switch set home to this location. So I had my teleport set, but it was up high, and since there's no observation tower there, obviously that means I would fall to my death. All right, so yeah, we'll watch for the player to come back on. I totally missed his chat because I was setting up my stream. It's always the hard part is trying to keep track of so many different conversations between now 3 different live stream locations. Chat in game, the chat in Discord, emails, direct messages, all that stuff that some folks like to do while I'm streaming. My family likes to call or message me when I'm streaming, even though they should know by now that my stream time, my hours. They should. You know. Charge! Holy cow, how you doing? Good to see you. I may have to go get a beverage real quick. That's the one thing I forgot to do. We did have a 2-block breach here, so that's been sealed up. It just hasn't been painted yet. So we had a pre-horde horde over here that Blue Joy and I took care of. Blue Joy went ahead and took off for, I think, for the evening. But again, we'll just want to make sure that everything got buttoned up here beforehand. But yeah, this also gives you guys another idea here. I'll do a full official tour video Thursday morning before PvP officially starts, I think. And I'll post it on YouTube when it's ready. Yeah, we're going to, I think, do 5 to 6 hours tonight of work. I've already done a good chunk of work before my day shift work, my job, during my lunch, and then after work, I jumped right back in. Okay, yeah, see. So this was the last perimeter breach. I took care of the zombies. However, they decided to be jerks and dent the base. Oh, is that how they got over, I think? Up and over, maybe. There was some pathing issues that I saw, like some zombies got in the base and I'm thinking that's how they did it. Is they were able to climb on each other and they get to the ladder. I think. Yeah, because there's damage up here. Interesting. Ultimately, it's no big deal, but yeah. Oh shoot. Did I do a go live tweet? Did I slack on that today? I did slack on that. Thank you, Dexter. I gotta do the 3 locations. Oopsie daisy. Be right back. All right, Charge. See you when you get back. Love now. Wow. Whew. Live now. That's 2 nights of working on the ThunderCats layer. We should hashtag that. Game. Hashtag 7 days to die. Time 6 p.m. EDT. And twitch.tv/Greg Scott Bailey. I usually have a copy pasta, but it's not up right now. youtube.com/Greg Scott Bailey. kick.com/Greg Scott Bailey. I'm seeing a pattern here. GSB 5K and hashtag the stream. All right, there's Twitch. And begrudgingly, here goes Facebook. I really want to get rid of my Facebook account. And let's see here. Liked by Dexter's. My phone's loud tonight. I keep adjusting the wrong audio channel on my phone. I'm still getting used to having an iPhone. All right. The heck? Okay, Twitter. Yikes. Okay. Couple more things and then we're good to go. Oh, man. Damn, somebody did this really, really amazing Wolverine. And I'm really hoping it is original artwork and not AI. Okay, where's my OBS? Yeah, there we go. Isn't that pretty dope? There's a little bit of like similar to Borderlands style to it. I don't know why I feel like I think about the game Borderlands, but yeah, damn, that's pretty dope. I like that. All right. switch back to Notepad. Okay. So again, we're up to 76,000 blocks. I'm gonna add another 1,000 here pretty soon. I think make it 77,000. So again, we're rocking and rolling on this build. Between tonight and tomorrow, we'll hit 100,000 blocks easy, I think. But let me continue the tour here, and meanwhile, also not just a tour, but it's me doing a perimeter check on the build. A lot of this stuff is going to remain pretty basic here. We've in the past we've done a little bit of like design, decorative kind of work to the build itself. Yeah, and again, the zombies breached, then broke down those doors, but piled up here a little bit. Did some damage here. Yeah, they were trying to find a way to get to us. So Blue Joint, I had the alarm went off up front here, which means something was in our workshop. So somehow they got in the workshop. So there was one zombie inside and one zombie outside. Roll-up gate is okay though, no damage there. But then yeah, then the actual Horde Night was starting up soon, so I had to go from this incident to going over to Fort and fighting Horde Night. So we've removed a lot of the stuff that was out front here. We still got scaffolding that's going up to the head. I think I'm going to remove that tonight. The scaffolding going to the chest is remaining for tonight and tomorrow's work, depending on how fast we can get through that. To the last 24 hours, we've done stuff like upgrading and creating full pillars for these sides. So Blue Joy just did the other side, and I finished up the top parts of this side here. Go up to floor 4. And it used to be when you went to floor 4, you could see sky, but not anymore. We still have some pillars to finish here and a wall here to upgrade. But obviously, I think like stuff like these rooms here could have been turned into like the big great hall kind of thing. There could have been something like kind of fun and epic, or I could split it in two. Maybe that floor right there, I could have put another floor in, perhaps. You know, the interior is really just not the focus this time on the build. The focus was to get oh yeah, okay, just making sure I respond. But yeah, so all of this is going to get upgraded tonight to concrete. So let's go up to floor 9. So he's from Singapore. Nice. Okay. Floor 9. All right, so here's where Blue Joy and I were left off for up here as well. So you can see we got upgrades going. It's an interesting scenario about the pillars. The solution got solved once pillars were upgraded to concrete. You can't see it now, but there were specific areas in here that were not structurally sound. If I had put one more block down, it would have eliminated a whole bunch of blocks due to weight. So when we upgraded the pillars to concrete, I started to eliminate that. But it does somewhat prove my theory about the mining ore and the sand in the mining ore being a structurally unsound part of building on top of stuff like that. So for people that were asking, do you have to put like pillars and structural integrity all the way to bedrock? You don't if it's stone, I feel. But if it is the ore and sand mining node, it's best to make your structural pillar location, if you're doing pillars, or just at least your corners or something like that, something that's 10 blocks separated from another structurally sound area. It's best to make those down to bedrock, just to make sure, if you are building specifically on a mining node, that you don't plan on removing all of the mining properties. All right. And we go up to floor 13 for, or no, sorry. 15? Man, I even forgot what floor is the top floor. Oh, I wanted it to be 13 because using the number 13 would have been cool. We don't upgrade that, otherwise it'll put boards across the door. So modded in doors that we can get doors that you don't normally get in vanilla. All right, I think it's time to oops. We gotta make sure things are painted. But yeah, I think it is time. Oh, no way. So this isn't upgraded. Not that it's gonna probably matter too much, but okay, that's good. That's good. Okay, all sides. Just so we don't have to get into other nooks and crannies. Okay, let's take down some of this. Oh shit. Okay, we'll have to get it from the other side. But yeah, painting all sides. Yeah, just do it like that. Oh my god, there's still other. Truthfully, like, had I not shown it live on stream, I probably could have got away with it. It wasn't for you pesky kids. Little dog named Scooby-Doo. Welcome back, Fluffy Bunny. Okay. Yeah, we still gotta we'll get underneath it again some more, but yeah, it's because we gotta work on the neck. I dread it, but it's got to get done. And we gotta mirror what we did on the shoulder over here, over on this side as well. Plus, continue to find a way to slowly scale it up to the neck. That's one way to gain some frames back. Oops, and lose some. Do you think you'll get done before this game gets wiped? Yeah. Tonight and tomorrow's work is all wrap up. I'm satisfied, even if we had to stop right here, right now. I'm satisfied, but obviously there is more that could be done. There could be fine details, but I'm both done and done, as in, like I think like somewhat of the proof of concept, the overall situation about building this thing has been proven to myself. You know, it's not about proving it to anyone else. It's just proving it to myself that it could be done. And done pretty reasonably close to the cartoon. And then on top of that, it's just the sheer vast size of doing something like this big, while also having some help. That was great. Obviously, everybody's got other things that they're doing. I'm not going to tie up everybody's time for 4 months. So yeah, so it's just one of those things where it's kind of like I'm pretty satisfied, and I'm comfortable with saying that this is it. Not only this is it this time, but this is it. Period. You know, that no more ThunderCats Lair after this. I think this was, you know, several years in the making to finally come back and take one more stab at this, and I've reached the levels of working on this that I wanted to reach this time around. Aspects that I had given up on in so many previous attempts have been fulfilled this time around. So, and I know it sounds like I'm trying to excuse this in some way. Maybe I am, but at the same time, it is just kind of nice to see like how well this came together. You know, and if somebody could do it better, I challenge them to. You know, I'll probably say that on my video. You know, if they can get more finite detail and get it more exact looking, like the cartoon, I welcome to see that. Please do send me a link when you do it, because I want to see it. What's the next major project? Truthfully, probably the second server wipe after Alpha 22. Reason I say for major, reason I say that is because of if we're talking major project, because I want, whenever Alpha 22 does come out, I want to get through the first server just enjoying Alpha 22 for what it is, and you know, have some time to just play the game, you know, with all you guys checking it out, killing zombies, doing jobs, seeing the new textures, new remastered stuff, you know, the animals and everything like that, seeing any of the mechanics that are changed, like the armor and everything. We're gonna get used to that the first round of the server for Alpha 22. Again, whenever it comes out, we don't know when, sometime this summer. But when the server wipes and starts over then, which will probably lead into fall, winter, right? I want to take another crack at a small town build, and I want to try to get more people this time to join the build group. That'll mean a lot of work on my part to manage it, to project manage it. There's going to be a lot of rules in place beforehand. I was just thinking about this last night, where I'm trying to think about what I'm going to say to people on streams to give them the info. I'm possibly going to be putting an automated message like we do after my Twitter and everything like that. Possibly going to be putting something up where I remind people that while we have our legacy build group, people that have been with me through most of the 6 years, that are kind of grandfathered in as build group people, that if people want to join something like that, a build group, that you know, that they're Patreon or subscriber members, but that they also still have to get vetted for comfortability. I have to know that I can do a big project with these folks coming in and working with us on the server. So it's not just going to be arbitrary that somebody could join. It's going to have to be vetted first, which is not going to make some people happy. People are not going to like that. We have had it randomly where people have come into chat, never been to my streams before, or at least never been in my chat before. It says stuff like first time chatter, and they ask if they could join. Problem is when you've already got plans in motion and you got people that you already know that you could trust. It's not comfortable to just say yes to random person in chat. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. Rule number 1, spikes. Oh boy. Oh, look at this. Get some action tonight. Okay, so they likely came from this area. Pretty decent size horde. Oh, this guy's still alive. Did you see that dodge he did? He's like, nah, I'm gonna step to the side of your attempted bullet shot of me. Okay. This is the second horde to before the horde night we had from the same direction. So that's really interesting. But I am the only one on the server too, so random hordes are going to be focused on me. Rule number 1 for spikes. You had to vet see too many destructive types. Yeah, exactly. You know, and sometimes it isn't really anything personal against somebody, but if their personality does not mesh with a build project that is going to be streamed live, like if I have to remind grown adults to be adults, you know, during the middle of my stream to kind of break up an issue or something that people are having, I don't want it. You know, that's not the deal. I'm focusing on my thing and what I'm doing, and you know, it's cool if people are able to participate and join in. But again, it has to meet you know, certain vetting to ensure that they're a comfortable group of individuals to have along for something like this. Arctic Wolf, hey. I'm a first-time viewer. Could I join your room? I was joking, listening to what you're saying. I know. How you been, man? What's new? Happy late Easter. Yeah, happy Easter to you. Even afterwards, I keep forgetting that it was Easter. Fluffy Bunny, kind of going off your question though, the next wipe this Friday. I'm going to be building in the Wastelands. I'm going to start out the first day, maybe the second day, you know, because we'll be doing that Friday and Saturday, right? Minus the 4 hours of Twitch integration. Sorry, I wasn't sure if I heard extra footsteps. Blue Joy and I were doing that earlier. What's that sound? But yeah, I'll be building a horde base, home base, all in one in the Wastelands, and that'll kind of help wrap up my Alpha 21 experience, especially on this server, because went from forest biome to desert biome to winter biome where we're at right now to Wastelands, and so it'll be kind of like all 4 biomes, and then you know this next time around is going to be a home base, a horde base, all in one. You know, we kind of did that with Alpha 20, I think. I did that winter home base, horde base. But I do have a desire to do a different design, and it's going to be kind of like a tower or whatnot, but I don't have like a full plan yet. I just want to jump right into it when I do it. But I'm wanting to try a couple different things for riding the horde. I want to go back to the electric fences. I want to try to find a method that really works for that. In fact, we might test wiring electric fences tonight too. I want to just check on something. I haven't tested the distance between the electric fence posts in Alpha 21. Now, this is a quality of life modded server, so the server owners themselves could have adjusted the distance that you could put. So I'll just have to keep that in mind too for any regular playthroughs. Hint, Bows and Blaze, that I need to get back to editing episode 3, and then get those up and running. Thankfully, work can calm down a little bit, but we're wrapping up the ThunderCats Lair, so I gotta focus on this right now. I'm gonna make a quick dash to get a beverage. Be right back. And it was at that moment that a random wandering horde appeared behind Greg. All right. Oh no, I wasn't doing a 3-minute break. Just a quick up to get something. And apologies. I think I heard the chair hit the microphone. It didn't make a loud sound, did it? So sorry, you guys, if it did. So good and not good for me. Back phone? Alright, love you, mate. Thanks. See you when you get back. Oh, I still have that other page up. Man, I've got a tweet reply that's almost at 50,000 views. How can I translate that over to my my live streams? Can I get like 10% of the those folks to come over to my live streams just for a night? Just one night. Don't like what you see? Yeah. No harm, no foul. Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna have to like also do some stepping on toes posts on like Twitter and Reddit, or I'm gonna have to find some ways to get a little more visibility without breaking too many rules. But yeah, I gotta get my stuff out there some more. So I'm hearing word that they're back to working on a live-action ThunderCats movie. Who they is, I don't really officially know. I don't know how official it is, but from what someone was talking about, I think I was watching the Christian Harloff's The Big Thing show on YouTube. trying to catch up on his stuff. And yeah, I think he was talking about it. So I'll have to watch the segment where he's talking about it. See who's trying to put it together. From loosely from what I was overhearing, it sounded like they're wanting to do everything they can to capture the 80s ThunderCats vibe. But that I think they understand that the attempts to do like a new format version or whatever, like the recent one, ThunderCats Ho, I think, really did not sit well with people. So I think this person's like, I grew up on the 80s ThunderCats. I want to do everything I can to create something like that, which embodies everything from the 80s cartoon. So I'm down with it if they try it. I definitely think like they don't need to make like more cat-like looks and features on the face or anything like that. They can still keep it very, very human at the core of that. They don't need to change to like cat legs or, you know, I think they can keep it pretty simple. The one thing about the body types, I'm not really I'm not the kind of person that thinks that they need to be the He-Man type bodies on all the guys and whatnot. I don't think Chitara has to be like big boobs and athletic, slender body, but at the same time, like I do want everybody to be kind of fairly close. I think Lion-O is the coin toss for me, because while I would love to see adult Lion-O to have like a pretty heroic stature, muscle, and athleticism to him, I think at the same time, as long as you get like a body proportionate that can wield a two-handed sword and make it look pretty kick-ass, I think that'd be pretty fun. But again, it's taking an adaptation like that and turning it into something that our eyes see, that we could say, yes, that is a live-action version of what we saw in the cartoon. That's not corny or cheesy, you know, it doesn't make us smirk. It makes us kind of go, hell yeah, you know. So I'm really hoping for that. Article, might have to get a hot tub. What do you mean a hot tub? I mean, I wouldn't mind having one. Oh, when I was talking about getting more views. No, nobody wants to see me in a hot tub. even the people that are into the kind of person I am, body wise. Yeah, no, it's still the whole GSP 5K thing. How can I find 5,000 people in a world of 8 billion? I should be able to do something fairly reasonable and not immoral or not against any rules or laws, and I should be able to find 5,000 people that dig my stuff. I think I'm anywhere between 10, 20, and 30 good core people these days that, you know, dig my stuff. I did send a message over to Patreon supporters today, which include the free members that I didn't know I even had. Yeah. Is it insights or is it audience? Yeah, I really wish they'd do a different format for this thing. Yeah, so unbeknownst to me, I have 19 free members. I hate to put a tone to that. I have 19 free members signed up on my Patreon account. And yeah, sorry, I hate to put that tone to it. Reason I did is because, like, and I'll briefly say what I said to folks in my message, is that to me the point of Patreon is that if you dig a creator's stuff enough that you're wanting to support them financially, that is a platform that you then now go to support them financially. Now, in a lot of cases, those platforms are also there for you to display a lot of exclusive content that people don't see elsewhere, and as a way of like, thank you for being the community that is supporting me. Here is exclusive stuff that you can see that other people don't see, because you're here to support me. I'm willing to do this. Yeah. In my case, I haven't been able to get a lot of stuff done because I do all this on the side of my day job, so I don't necessarily like feel like Patreon is a high priority for trying to push for people to join and then support me financially. But the option has been there, and we've had about 11 to 13 people that have been supporting on the tier levels there, and like, hell yeah, thank you. Much appreciated, because every little dent we get to put in the house down payment goal update every middle of the month. Second one's gonna be next month on this new total. And so it's super awesome that that's possible. So at first I was going to try to find ways to turn that off, and then I backtracked. I was like, no, you know what? Because one of the things I was saying was like, I appreciate people that support me on any level. And initially, when I say that, that's like from $1 or more, is what I'm saying. But I'm just like, you know what? I appreciate when people support me, period. That on any level. So I held back on the whole desire to find a way to turn off the whole free membership thing, because I ultimately do appreciate that people were willing to still sign up and be a part of a platform that may or may not be active right now with content items from me. So with that knowledge and the fact that these folks are there, that then moves my Patreon from that 13, I think. How do we put this? 14. Okay, so there's 14 active plus 19. So that's basically what, 33? Yeah. So I mean that tells me 33 people right there are at least interested enough in my stuff that they're signed up on my Patreon. So with that being said, it just I turned a potential misunderstanding and feeling kind of frustrated about something situation into a positive, I feel. I turned that frown upside down. But jokes aside, that's the truth of the matter is so then now with that frame of mind, I haven't been posting like my go live stuff and my thumbnails very much for my videos on Patreon, and now I'm going to. And most likely I'm going to post at least that stuff for everybody. It's going to be for the free members and for the paid members. And then the paid members are going to start getting some more back-end stuff that I need to work on. Okay, all these pillars are done. Some more back-end stuff that I'm going to be working on. So one of the things that I've been really frustrated with for a good chunk of time now, several years going on now, is my artwork. And I'm sick and tired of not getting it done, and I'm sick and tired of saying I'm not getting done, and not progressing forward with it. But I need to find a way where I can get back into practicing and starting kind of fresh and doing better, with my artwork. Like, capability wise, I can draw a comic book. I could do, let's say, 24 pages, of a comic book. I have the capability within me to do what I feel is a fairly decent approach to a comic book. Will it be good? Will it be bad? Who knows? But I'm confident enough that I could do 24 pages and pencil it, illustrate it, digitally with a pencil or digitally. Either way, I'm pretty confident in my ability to do that. So what I'm not comfortable with, not so much confident, but what I'm not comfortable with is my style, my structural anatomy, my storytelling ability. Basically, there's so much lighting, direction, all this stuff that basically I should have worked on and really mastered 26 years ago. I'm basically gonna have to try to start over with. So before I was trying to look for like sorry, I gotta turn this audio down. I was trying to look for a couple of like beginner books and illustration, anatomy illustration, stuff like that. I know somewhere in my stuff I've got like the Bern Hogarth dynamic anatomy books, and I got we had found my well I got it right here. How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way. Like every comic book artist usually has a copy of this. Is like probably my 8th copy. So having the How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way is one thing, but before I even get to that, I need to go back even further. I need to work on eyes and mouths and nose and ears, and then head attached to a neck. Head and neck attached to a body frame in motion, body frame static. Straightforward, face forward shot. Side profile shot, and then a 3/4 shot. Doing stuff like that, and just really just drawing a shitload of that first for quite a while, for several months on end. I need to do just that, and then I start getting back into possibly like restructuring my character designs. I mean, who am I kidding? I'm probably still gonna work on stuff like that on the side. I'm too much of a like cart before the horse kind of person, let alone the spaghetti against the wall kind of person. And so a lot of what I did the wrong way, for what most people will agree. The wrong way is to look at comic books and fully feel like that's where you learn to draw. It's one thing to learn style, and it's one thing to learn like oh, okay, this person did this kind of line work to make this arm and bicep and going into the chest work at that specific angle and that specific direction. Okay, that makes sense. But then like taking it back to anatomy and say, why does the deltoid, the bicep, the tricep, all of that connect in, to the chest muscles and everything like that? Why, when your arm is down, it looks like this, and when your arm is up, it looks like that, like the remembering muscles like that. So I mean, there's things that I do know, but it's practicing it and making that what do you call it, that muscle memory, not just muscles that you're actually drawing, but muscle memory. I'm trying to remember, like, this is what happens, so that when I do draw a comic book scene, or if I'm animating something, if I wanted to animate something, I know that this is the logical progression of what the character's going to do, going from a sitting position and, putting his arms back to get up, and then when he gets up, are you getting up quick? What do you do differently than what you do when you slowly get up? All those things are part of, like, the direction of panels and scenes in comic books that I could have put a lot more effort, time, and energy into 26 years ago. Oh, we were supposed to get some more concrete before we finish this up. So Arctic Wolf, no offense, Greg, but did you ever think of trying to be different and not having to, what? Did you ever just think of being yourself and doing a comic book instead of having to be like Marvel or DC? Oh, no, I very much only want to be myself. It's not, okay, so, like with How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way, that is just a kind of a guide on helping comic book artists say, like, well, here's what we do as Marvel. But sorry, I didn't finish what you wrote either. Most people who make the world do things different, not even could be the same. And I'm not trying to put this in rude comment, just saying, no, you're fine, man. You're coming from and this helps me out. You're coming from a perspective of how I'm saying and what I'm saying about what I'm dealing with. The problem I feel for me, it's not about. Yeah, let me think of how to put this. So I'll backtrack a little bit. Brief story. I've never felt, other than like a couple artists like Jim Lee, J. Scott Campbell, Mark Silvestri, I've never really wanted to like do exactly what other artists have done. I admired them, I appreciated them, and I learned from like the stuff that they did. But when I reached back to the young, youthful me at 15, 16 years old or something like that, at that point in my life, I I did have enough sense, I felt, in me to say, you know what? I really don't like the idea of doing what other people tell me to do. In a manner of speaking, we talked about this a little bit before on this subject. When it comes to overall in my life, I have this very contrarian type mindset for some reason. Um, I don't like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There tends to be this thing similar to Marty McFly and people calling him chicken, so to speak. Or what's one of the other, what's another character? Basically like they don't like people telling me what I can't do or can or can't do, right? I'm kind of like that in a way, and I started realizing this a little bit late in life, because I didn't understand why it rubbed me the wrong way. But when people tell me, and I lost I think a pretty decent friendship due to this one day. A comic book inker told me I should do something on a comment on one of my pieces of artwork, and I took it as in like they were telling me what to do, and I flipped out on them. I told them I don't have to do anything, you know, and it pissed me off because I felt like people are always telling me what to do. And oh, whoops, we were supposed to upgrade those other blocks. Yeah, so because of that, like it rubbed me the wrong way that this person said this, and then when I tried to explain to them, they basically said, "Boom, friendship over." And well, yeah, here we are, 16 years later on that one. I think that was about 16 years ago. 970, 970. Okay, that's even. Shake and hate, welcome back. Basically it's just one of those scenarios, right? It's like I just didn't like people kind of like telling me what to do. Oh, now we need wood. Got wood. And so yeah, going back to what you're saying there, article. The idea of working for Marvel Comics or DC Comics was never really truthfully appealing to me. I did briefly try to get into a color department for Image Comics under Rob Liefeld and Extreme Studios, and that didn't work out. I won't go over the circumstances there, but it was pretty good reasoning. I just wasn't ready. I had no color theory knowledge and ways to be a professional comic book colorist either in a workhorse environment. Like you're there at the behest of the company to churn out pages of color work, and I didn't have that within me. Maybe I could have done flats. For those that don't know, it's basically you just on a layer, you just do the flat color that the colorist themselves, the full-time colorist, is going to basically select and only select that section, and they'll work on that color. But you have pre-flatted it. You've eliminated this like really lengthy process of work, being the flatter. But yeah, so early digital comics, in the 90s when Image came out, stuff like that, there was a small opportunity where I could have been on that kind of team in some capacity, but it didn't work out. So then the problem is move the microphone. It's blocking my lower left view. The problem is at that point that I'm now on my own, not really learning and improving my art, and it's not just about again like working for a company per se. It's actually just like learning what it takes fundamentally, like the core rules and structure of doing a comic book that most people want to see and view, and doing it by the kind of like the loose rules of what the standardization of comics is. I wasn't learning like all of those fundamentals and practicing them and getting better, and one excuse after another, and then again 26 years later, you know, it's still, there's nothing to show for it. So for me, it's one of those things where part of me wants to, in somehow, some way, like if I could erase my brain. It's just a saying, it's not actual want and desire. But like if I could have erased my entire knowledge of how I learned to draw before, but still still keep my desire to do it, and start over from scratch that way, that would be even better, because now if I'm going to try to retrain myself, I now have to fight my bad habits in bettering myself with my artwork. so that is going to be one of the frustrations that I'm going to have to deal with. But again, I've known and I've met so many artists. When I went to art school, I was going to go for 2D animation in the 90s. You know, and I got through most of my my first year before dropping out, but that's another story. And so I got through most of the first year, but like I tell people, you could be like that top artist in your school, in your high school. Like everybody goes to you and knows that you are the artist in your class, you know. So people always ask you for help or always ask you to do a project with them. You get those kind of like vocal accolades from people, and it feels nice, you know. It wasn't like lifted up on people's shoulders or anything, you know. But it was just kind of nice. I you know, feeling wanted. You know, people, a couple of the drama plays, which got me into acting, wanted me to do some background portraits for one of the plays. That was like what was the play? Any Number Can Die. That was the play. It was a murder mystery, and they had like the whole set up so that you had two paintings that you could open up and look out of. So I had to do the paintings that were going to be used for that, and it was pretty fun. And I have no idea what happened, but yeah. So you know, it's a good feeling. But then you get out of high school and you go to an art school that's specifically dedicated towards the arts. Illustrative, sculpting, 3D, you know, was coming out, and people were taking courses for that. My friend, that was his focus. He was 6 months ahead of me. And so yeah, so then you get to art school and you see other artists that were also that go-to person in their high school. And you start seeing like how much better at things people are than you, and it's discouraging, you know. It's like, wow. What? Okay, why did this just... That was weird. Oh, we also reached the top of the hour. Oops. Okay, I'm gonna wait for this. The automated ad break jumped in there for those that are still able to hear me. Actually, can you guys hear me? What kind of ad is running on Twitch? Feel free to chime in. To the folks on YouTube and Kick, appreciate you guys hanging in there and checking things out. If you're new, feel free to chat. Happy to show you guys around a little bit here on the build. About 15 seconds or so. Okay, ad break's over. So for those on Twitch, were you guys not able to hear me during the ad break? What kind of ad break was it, if you don't mind me asking? I'm trying to evaluate some of those too, since I didn't take my break at the top of the hour. That's article. You agree? You don't like people telling you what to do, but we'll take suggestions, right? It's just for some reason it's just like definitely like the approach. It is sometimes it comes off to me as an arrogant and condescending way to tell me that I'm an idiot, you know, and that what I'm doing is wrong, even though I'm doing something that I enjoy doing. Probably, you know, it seems like things like that are where people will always chime in, and it sets me off, you know. And I've tried to chillax about it, you know, a little bit easier in life. Article. I don't know most of the people that I know that are artists. Want their complete way. They got told they would never make it in art, and here they are. I now make comic books and other things. Yeah, no, I mean that's just really it too. As an artist, no matter what kind of field you're in. Again, for me, it's illustrating. In a small way, I think it's content creation on a video game. You know, building stuff and entertaining conversation and engaging everybody. I think that kind of fits in a little bit too. But you know, musicians, writers, builders, modelers, whatever. You know, it's just like there's so many different multitudes of different ways that people are creative. So yeah. So for me, I think if you like specifically do want to be a commercial artist, you're working for a company and you are at their behest, you are creating material that they have hired you for to create by their direction, and you're okay with that. There are people that make really good money doing that for companies, you know, the work for hire thing. But I think ultimately, like, if you're sitting there in a small way, like how I've been feeling all these years, where you just want to create your thing, you know, it's your what you've come up with and what you want to put on, in my case, paper or digital canvas. Then yeah, I definitely think like people should do the work that they have to do to get there, which sometimes means a day job, like I had to do for all these years. Sometimes delaying the gratification that you want out of it. Sometimes you got to get a couple sleepless nights, you know, which I don't necessarily recommend, but at some point you do have to find some way to overcome your hurdles, right? And you need to kind of decide what is more important, or what is important, actually, I should say. Okay. You have to find out what is kind of important, because at that point you have to make that decision, like, how much am I dedicating my time and my effort into this? Sometimes financially, what you're dedicating to, like, are you taking out of your paychecks to do this, or are you giving up a paycheck to do this thing that you want to do? Yeah, ultimately those are those decisions that I really kind of just, I could have done better. I really could have, you know. And so that's kind of where I'm at now in my life, is I have to try to find a way to do this stuff and to become better so that I can do my thing. I personally, I have no desire to work for Marvel or DC Comics. I appreciate and enjoy what they do. But the state of the comic books themselves these days don't really interest me. And it's not a slight against comic books these days, but the actual comic book page format of story is just not intriguing to me anymore. But as a illustrator myself, and as a kind of a wannabe storyteller myself, I have a desire to tell my own story. So I think that's the hard part I'm deriving from, is deriving from? I don't know if I'm using the correct words. The hard part for me is, as a person who wants to create stuff, I don't necessarily want to spend time consuming other people's stuff. I want to create stuff instead. You know, whereas I know, like, a lot of writers, they're gonna read, you know, they're gonna read novels, they're gonna read fiction and nonfiction, you know, they're gonna study writing, and they're going to learn how to do all this stuff. And, you know, me, it's gonna be, I could do my own thing, and I could feel comfortable trying to do my own thing. But people are going to tell me my writing sucks. I already feel that. People are going to say my artwork isn't very good or whatever. But the part that I think I can control a little bit better is the artwork. At least, that's part of where I'm at now is where do I start? And I think really it's just going to be, going back to what I was saying about the other artists in art school, is that I would see all these other artists, illustrators, doing what I'm doing, and they would have legitimately all these sketchbooks full of just eyeballs, of ears, of noses, facial structures and stuff like that. And every page has multiples of it. So it's thousands of it. And then, you look at the first page and you see where some of it's crude, and you get to the end and you're like, this is an amazing looking ear. How did you do this? It's just a damn ear, but somehow you made this ear look amazing, and things like that would happen, but I remember going through this guy's sketchbook, or one of his sketchbooks. He kept them in his backpack because he always just kind of like, he always wanted to refer back to them when he was doing work at school. And I was just like, damn, dude. I mean, his backpack was heavy too, because these are thick sketchbooks. When they came out with the first comic, they just pretty much put it together and tossed it out, and they didn't have any special guidelines, no perfect anything. They just threw it out there to see if it hit. It did. You can't worry about whether the people think. You got to see what you continue to see. So, yes, but no, right? So yes, when things first came out and something hit, those people could dictate the format and how it was looking, and they could say, okay, this is selling a lot of copies of something, right? Okay, cool. So they're going to continue it and make it a thing. Comic books have now been out for 100 years, and at this point, a precedent has been set all these years. In order to do something that stands out, you have to do something completely different with the format or the way of doing things that is unprecedented, and then the way you do it accumulates the interest of a mass audience for it to get I guess these days we're always thinking about likes, on social media, but to get the impressions that they're supposed to get, basically the audience needed to actually make it now a viable thing. I always told people, at least like when I was doing the conventions, that even though I myself never really made it as a comic book artist, one advice that I do feel is pretty sound to give to people is kind of think about what it is you want to do, right? Which could be a pretty obvious vague thing, right? And this goes back a little bit to what I was just saying a few moments ago too. Do you want to work for Marvel or DC Comics? You want to work for a company. Marvel and DC are the big two always, so you always mention them when you say that. Do you want to work for Marvel or DC Comics? Okay, so let's say you're the person that does. You want to work for them. So what do you do? Okay, sorry, a fire truck going by. Maybe. Wee oo. Remember the days before I filtered my mic and it was louder? Okay. All right. What I was getting at. So yeah, if you're going to work for a comic book company, actually you just type something too. You got to keep continuing to try to get people's attention with your writing. You can't just worry about what one person says. Even if a million people say it, then you fix it, make it better, but at least you try to do it. Yeah, I could get to that in a moment too. But yeah, back to what the the advice I was trying to get to some folks is, yeah, do you want to work for a company or do you want to do your own thing, right? And then there's another kind of aspect to that, so I'll get to after both of these. So if you want to work for a comic book company like Marvel or DC Comics, let's say it's both, right? So I suggested to some of the kids that came around, their parents would bring them to the comic book conventions, stuff like that. And they'd ask me for advice, and I'd just be straightforward with them about a lot of things. Like, look, I'm someone who's never been published, by a major comic book company. I had a couple things that were published by smaller companies, but they're not really worth mentioning on my part, not because of the company themselves. So I told them, was like, okay, you go to your local comic book shop, because at that point, we had the internet. I mean, I'm only talking like 13 years ago. We have the internet, but we don't have like a lot of the things that we do have even these days when it comes to numbers and information, excuse me. But even back then, I think you could either go to your comic book shop, or you can at least go online and you could say, okay, you know, Google, Bing, whatever, what are the top 10 comic books selling right now? What are the top 10 comic book sales? And you say, okay, well, I'm wanting to work for Marvel or DC, and you look at those sales, like, okay, so these are the books that are selling right now. And you take a look at those, you take a look at like what's doing really well for Marvel or DC. And you look at the artwork, you look at what the latest artists are doing, and then ask yourself, it's like, is that something I can do? Can I produce that? This is likely a style or a way that that company is looking to hire other people to emulate or make happen. And if you're willing to and wanting to work for a company that wants something specific, like people used to say, like the Disney style, if you're an animator and you wanted to work for Disney, well, you got to be able to draw in Disney's animated style that they're wanting. Very rarely would they then branch out to another style for the longest time there, until things started going 3D and expanding and everything like that. So yeah, I would let these kids know, it's like if that's your goal, then look at what is working for the company, and focus on adapting and making that happen. Send in your submissions to focus around that. Your submissions, you got to be able to grab them right there and then, showing that you are a capable artist, able to deliver top of the line artwork on a monthly basis for that company, and you're the one to pick. If you wanted to work for any kind of company just as an illustrator, then yeah, you get a portfolio together. Maybe you highlight that this is your work ethic and your schedule, and this is what you produce. This is what you kind of do with your portfolio, and you try to show that quality and that professionalism, but that you are willing to work for a company for hire on behest of what they're asking you to do. So that is the aspect of working for a company, right? That if you don't mind being a commercial artist, then there you go. You got your chances right there, and depending on the route you want to go. Now let's say you're doing it for yourself. There's two categories of doing it for yourself. If you're just doing artwork for yourself, and it's just, I feel creative, I'm going to do this thing, and you create it and it's done. If it's just for yourself, then who gives a shit what people think? You drew this thing, you got done, you feel accomplished, you set it off to the side, you're not worried about it, but you did it, and you just kind of sit there with a sigh of content, relief, feeling of like, I felt creative, I created the thing, there it is. But in all truthfulness, a good chunk of artists want validation. They want to create something so that it creates an emotional response from other people. Like I like this, I didn't like it. I like this, and this is what I liked about it. People will start conversation. I would like to see more. People will say stuff like that, and sometimes there is the negatives. Like I'm not interested in this. Why did you create this? Those people are being jerks. They can just say they don't like it, but so for the most part, I feel like artists, we create stuff, but we also create stuff in hopes that others like and appreciate. You get that validation of like, hey, I created this thing, and how do you feel? And the person could say how they feel, and you're kind of like, cool. I mean, that's either how I feel or that's a response I was kind of hoping for. And sometimes you'll get a negative response and you won't get what you like, and that does suck. But yeah, it's kind of going a little bit part of what you said. There's no need to let one person who's negative and doesn't like something change your entire course of what you're gonna do. But sometimes you're emotionally compromised as an artist, and that is what happens. You know, I think that's where the thicker skin part is that I agree with, is that you do need to understand that sometimes subjectively people just don't like something, but it's the ones that go out of their way to tell you that they don't like something that you just need to brush off and ignore, because those people, it doesn't matter whether they like or dislike it, they themselves are now trying to, in their way, get a reaction out of you. That is their art. Is emotionally they're trying to compromise you by being a jerk to you about it. And that's what the internet is definitely. The internet has helped in so many ways, but it's also hindered in so many ways, because it is, as great as it is having the freedom to look up and see things and connect with so many people, it also connects so many negative people together on all different topics. Yeah, so again, like, if I just wanted to create stuff for the sake of creating, and I have stuff that I've done that I haven't even shared with people, just because for the sake of the day or the time or whatever I did, I just did it. I didn't want accolades, I didn't want attention, I didn't want really anything from it. I just wanted to do it. And so some of that stuff has been made and put off to the side over these past 6 years, but otherwise I pretty much I've held off on doing a lot of the artwork I should be doing, and I kick myself for it. But a good part of it is because I just don't feel like I'm good enough, and it's not because somebody tells me I'm not good enough. It's because I feel I should be at a different level in my life right now than I am. It's an emotional response. It's not logical. Logically, you could sit there and go, well, yeah, dumbass, you just had to take care of all this real life shit. You know, who had the time to do all the focusing and attention you needed to? You know, it's like you try to tell yourself that, but emotionally, you know, as an artist, again, you kind of let yourself get down and out because, well, you wanted life to be different. And you wanted to be able to do the things you wanted to do, but, you know, bills need to be paid, rent needs to be paid, kids need to be taken care of at the time, and for a brief while, a wife needed to be taken care of. You know, it's all those things are responsibilities, and whether I did it right or not, you know, it still had to be done, you know, these past 26 years, so, yeah. So there's a little bit of that acceptance stage in me right now that I'm still trying to kind of like get a little bit more of my life kind of lined up and focused in kind of the right direction before I can then now take off running again. And part of that is, I've been mentioning briefly, it's been making sure that my kids get done with high school, that they're good to go, that they're starting their lives. And, you know, as children going into adulthood, what can I do as a father to say, are you good? What can we do? What else do we need here? Talk to me, you know, and let's discuss and let's work all this out, and see what you need to make things happen. And can I provide it? Can I help with it? Can I encourage it? What can I do? And when I can have that conversation with my kids, and I know that this is it, here we go, then I do feel like that's going to be the point where I can now just say, all right, here we go. Now let's start pouring all of our heart and soul into a lot of this stuff. And then the biggest thing is, and I always have to keep like adding this in, because I always just want people to understand, this isn't anything that I put on my kids. It's not It's not their fault they were born. You know, I don't want to say it that way either. But you know, kids as a responsibility. You know, some other people might say it as a burden. You know, for me, it was I was going to be married and have kids and be responsible and be a parent, and that didn't work out the way I thought it was going to go. And some things were under my control, some things weren't under my control, and you know, shit happened. So now it's basically what do I do in the meantime? Stay responsible, do what I can, make sure things are done, and then I can go back to the things that I really wanted to do in my life. I mean, I've been able to go to conventions, and I've been able to do stuff, and it's been pretty awesome still to have done what I did do. I mean, again, going to all those conventions I did go to, as much as I lost so much money trying to do them, I still am glad that I tried, even at the lacking level that I was as an artist. You know, my artwork for selling purposes for a business, my artwork sucked. just pure and simple. If not my artwork sucked, my sales techniques sucked. My ability to get customers at a convention sucked. You know, I could say, oh, I got put in a bad spot at the convention center, or oh, my neighbor has, you know, made a big wall of prints, and I'm this little guy, and nobody's gonna look at my stuff. Nah, that's bullshit. Now, if you're there at a convention, you adapt, you overcome, you improvise, you do what you need to make those sales, but at the same time, you sit there and you kind of look at like, this didn't work. What can I do to improve? And I didn't do a lot of that. And it's again, I try not to use the word regret, but you know, it's one of those things that I could have done better. And so, what lessons can I learn from that? Well, it's one thing to learn from those lessons, but now I don't have the time to apply them, to practically apply them. Last year, I tried to do the Atlanta Comic Convention. I bought a Artist Alley table. I forget, like $200 or $300 or something like that, and I must have spent like another $60 to $100 in food for 3 days at the convention. Uber rides, you know, to get from my apartment to get the artwork there to the convention center, things like that, right? So we're probably talking about like maybe like a $400 cost to do all of that. And I didn't sell any artwork at all. You know, so that cost me about $400 for me to sit around for 3 days and just talk to people. You know, that whoever would stop by and talk and chat. I'd much rather just come on to my live stream and chat. You know, be a little bit easier that way if I wanted to really, when it really comes down to it. But yeah, so these are lessons that I've had to learn. And now it's one thing to learn all this stuff, but now it's got, where do I get to the point where I got to practically apply everything I'm learning and course correct and do better and improve myself. And a lot of it, again, I can't pour all that energy into it until at least I know that my kids are good to go. And I've said this before too, as an artist by myself, I could fail and not make rent. I could not make the bills. The lights can get turned off, whatever, you know, and it's me. It's my home. It's my choice. It's what I've done that impacts me. And at that point, I know that I will do what I can to fix it, overcome it, whatever. But if it means that my kids don't have a roof over their head, don't have a warm place to sleep, food on their table, you know, if what I've done hinders any of that, then I'll never forgive myself. You know, I'm their parent and I'm responsible for them, and so I want to see through to the point where they get into adulthood. And And I tell people too, like, that doesn't mean that it stops there. You know, because some people are like, well, you know, just because your kid turns 18. I was like, no, that's not it at all. I'm talking about, like, you know, that phase of that life is now changed. But at that point too, you know, as your children get older, there is the birds have to get out of the nest moment, right? They have to live their own life. I'm not going to dictate how they should live their life. I'm going to try to give them advice, try to help them where I can, and get them on their way. But yeah, ultimately, it is going to be their life, and so I look forward to seeing what amazing human beings they're going to become. You know, but yeah, so that's one of those things that you know, in a way, it rolls over to live streaming as well. Why, you know, why I have a problem following through on a lot of things, because I know too, it's not the only reason, but I know too that, like, if this were to become more successful in a way, that could mean it eats into more of my time, and I would then have to start putting more time and effort and energy into all this, and that's one of those fears I think that I've had to kind of overcome recently too, and try to remind myself, like, it is okay to at least be mildly successful. You know, it is okay to do better, and some of that has made it, the last couple of years, made it easier for me to get the numbers kind of that we have had, the consistency I have been able to at least get on my streaming, and then slowly but surely, you know, and thankfully again, since Twitch opened up things a little bit more comfortably, being able to multi-stream definitely has encouraged me to kind of push a little bit further on YouTube and Kick. Mr. Whiskey, hey, good to see you. Arctic Wolf, what's this should word? Sorry. Didn't we just talk about this? Dare I say there are 3 different stories that I'm trying to think right now about what I will put together. I am leaning towards my superhero one. One of the hard parts about it is I talked about it before, but comics like what Mark Millar put together for the Ultimates, was it Volume 3? The Authority, The Boys, all these gritty comic books about superheroes that kind of basically took the whole spandex stuff and turned it on its head. Basically, I didn't realize I was creating initially all this stuff when they were too, except they are already in the industry, the writers and the artists, and they already put that stuff out on major comic book companies. And this was the time where I wasn't picking up like all this extra stuff, all these comics like The Authority or The Boys. And I forget what the other one was that I was trying to use for an example. But the thing is like the story that I want to tell is important enough to me that I do still want to tell it. So the funny thing is like I think I'm going to write down I'm going to write and put together kind of like an intro comic, an intro story. And I'm going to basically use it as a what do they call it? Like it is the opening. This is what I'm trying to put together kind of thing. It is my damn, not synopsis, but this is the goal about what I'm trying to do, and this is who I am. And I want to be transparent, like I do talking here. I want to be transparent to folks, and if they pick up this comic or this story, and they see like me just being perfectly honest, like, look, not a professional writer. I'm trying to get back into writing comic books. I have a story to tell. If you like it, cool. If you don't, I appreciate you at least checking it out. And I think that's the approach that I'm going to want to do right now, because if I at least do it, then going back to what I was saying before, what can I say? Okay, this worked, this didn't work. What can I do to improve? You know, if I still have more story to tell, what can I do better? You know, and so all that will come in time as well. Mr. Whiskey, me when my kid turns 18, right? Have a good life. Yeah. Out you go. Have a good one. That's how you feel. No, I mean, again, they're each own individual selves, and you know, it's one thing to be a parent, be responsible for, you know, for your child, but I also feel it's at a certain point, you know, you got to let them go and start making their own choices, good or bad themselves. And as a parent, you do try to be there for them on some level still. That, you know, what's the example? Like somebody gets basically knocked on their ass, you know, reach out a hand, you help them up, dust them off maybe. They're like, all right, get back in there, you know. Now I'm not saying if that was a fight, get back into the fight, you know. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying overall, something in life knocks you down, you know, chumbawamba, and get back up again. Never gonna keep me down. But yeah, you know, do what you can for that support. But ultimately, here's the tools, here's the advice, here's all this. Now you're going to make those decisions. You're going to do what you can for your life. It is now yours to do with what you please, right? If you did talk about it, I didn't know because I probably wasn't in the room. So article, I tend to say that because throughout the streams over 6 years, there's like always going to be repeated moments of conversation. There's going to be things that other people have heard before, and in some cases, I'm having like either a little bit of deja vu or feeling like, oh, I've talked about this before, and it's a little bit of my social thing to like acknowledge that, so that it then is supposed to keep others from saying, yeah, you've already talked about this. You know, I might have talked about it in front of Joe Schmo, but Jane Smith has not heard about it. So that, you know, as a streamer, you know, or, you know, radio personality or TV entertainer or something like that, there's a lot of things where people will repeat information. I just like to acknowledge it sometimes, just because of that fact that, like, you know, sometimes I do picture people getting ready to type, which they're probably not. But sometimes, yeah, people will be getting ready to say, yes, dude, you've already talked about this. Let's see. Dayhawk, Silver Star, welcome to the chat. I've always let my kids try and veil things, unless it's going to be detrimental to their health, yeah, or be so overwhelming they have no chance to succeed. I like that. It really does hit that notion of, you know, I don't necessarily feel like anybody should, obviously, if you know any human being that something's going to happen where there's no coming back and you're able to maybe help them from that, again, I'm being broad, I guess, because you know that can go anywhere. But yeah, if you're the kind of person that sees something like that, yeah, you at least gotta try to help someone from that moment. Oh shoot, we are completely out of wood, aren't we? All right, you guys, we may have to do a round of wood chopping here. No big deal. Yeah. Yeah, we had all of these frames made, and which we're still likely going to need, but okay. Let us grab some Mega Crush. And some coffee. Want some coffee? I'm pretty confident we're not going to need pain meds on this trip. We got repair kits. Okay. Yeah, we have to go over to the old home base anyways. My voice went super low. What do you mean? Like the audio dropped, or I got even deeper. Yeah, Mountain Dew isn't necessarily soothing the throat. I'm gonna be switching over to my Crystal Light here in a moment. The peach mango tea Crystal Light is so good and so soothing on my throat. And then occasionally I'll have some honey in there with it. Okay. So we'll basically chop a whole bunch of wood here. Let's do that. Switch out to the axe. And here we go. Yeah, it's like the audio dropped, but it might be my side. I noticed my internet's acting funny. Oh no. Yeah, that can happen. So yeah, so I mean, it's kind of a long story about the whole like artwork thing for me. Again, I would love to do an updated piece for my cat girl there. Let alone I would love to get more merch. And for some reason my mouse switched over to the belt gun there, the M60. But yeah, I definitely want to get more artwork done. For me, it's not so much like as a streamer that I want to make lots and lots of money, but I definitely need to get to a kind of like a next level from where I'm at now. Mostly because everything that I'm wanting to do. If you guys were here during my Twitch integration stream last Saturday, I was getting really frustrated. Basically, like all the noise outside conflicting with streaming, knowing that even though my mic is filtered, some of that could be going through the audio anyways, interrupting my stream. Combined with the frantic nature of Twitch integration, a bunch of crates being dropped, a bunch of zombies being spawned in, like, oh man, it got to me. But part of what got to me is the fact that, like, when I first moved downtown here, and it was right before COVID started. Well, I moved downtown when lockdown just started happening in Atlanta. But the overall thing for me was the fact that, like, I'm thinking like I was 20 or so years ago, like, oh, this is gonna be great. I'm gonna move, downtown Atlanta. I'm gonna be in the hustle and bustle of a big city and everything like that, with this, new job role that I took and everything. So the blinded by excitement kind of scenario happened to me, where I put myself in a position where I'm in an expensive apartment downtown for a really good paid job. But the problem is like, after everything we've all been going through, it's not just me obviously, but everything we all go through with this pandemic, the economy, all the stuff that's kind of come from it. I too have now kind of put myself into a stuck position where I'm not going to be able to get out of this apartment. And it's so frustrating, because hindsight's always going to be 20/20. But yeah, in hindsight, I would have taken something for 3/4 of the price on like a little bit of the outskirts of the city instead. Now that would have meant probably getting a vehicle, and then the extra money would be going into a car. But there's always these what if moments, right, that we can kind of come up with. But the frustration for me too now is I know that I'm gonna have to go another year lease in this 2-bedroom apartment. I don't necessarily need a 2-bedroom apartment. It's nice to have second bedroom as an office, and it's very awesome actually to have that ability. But it's very frustrating to me that after all this time, I'm wanting to be able to do better. It's not just again about the artwork after all these years, but it's everything, right? And it definitely kind of like has been reaching another kind of climax and threshold within me that I'm just really frustrated, and I'm sure others could share that sentiment. I know I'm not alone. We all want something better in life, right? You know, for me, you know, I keep jokingly, but half truth. I want a cabin somewhere in the woods away from a whole bunch of people, but I want high speed internet. You know, and again, I don't know how Starlink's been doing, but point being is like, you know, like I feel like we're in the future now, where capabilities are there that I should have high speed enough internet to stream and play 7 Days to Die, and not worry about being a cabin, you know, out in the woods somewhere with, you know, like 1 or 5 girlfriends or something like that. You know, that goes into the other dating aspect that we talked about before, but I won't go too deep down that rabbit hole tonight. But needless to say, Tinder is continuing to be a shit show. And again, that's based off of limited information. Yes, I have kind of tried some other things, but what I haven't tried is going outside, because goddamn, there's so many annoying people out there in the world. But also, in all truthfulness, again, with the whole 8 billion people on the planet, it shouldn't be that hard to find, you know, 2 or 3 or 5 ladies that fit my lifestyle. So we'll see how it goes. I'm always ever the optimist. Anyways, but yeah, so the dream, I say that the dream with no need for reality or practicality or anything like that. The dream is just obviously, yeah, like a cabin or a house, somewhere that just I don't have to worry about who's on either side of the wall or above me or below me. I don't like the fact that it's a good chance that my live streaming probably bugs and disturbs others. I got frustrated Sunday when the club down the street was playing heavy bass all day long, and I had headphones. I had like headphones listening to movies, and then I took the headphones off because I've been wearing headphones like insanely, an insane amount of headphone wearing this past year. So I put the movies I was watching on speaker, not movies, but I was watching Three Body Problem Sunday, but I can't enjoy it because the damn bass down the street is just constantly going like through my walls, and I can just feel it within me, that the bass is just so loud. But like, what am I gonna do? Am I gonna walk across the street and down the street and tell the club owner to turn it down? you know what am I gonna be, that person that calls non-emergency police and tells them, the club is being too loud down the street? I'm not gonna be that person. Funny thing is, when I walked out there to try and locate it, and I was like, because initially it was sounding like it was just somebody sitting in their car, like outside on the street, and I thought somebody was just playing really loud music that way. But no, it was definitely coming from the club. So I was just like, okay, is that music even enjoyable in the club? Like with the bass up that loud? Do you feel it the same way others feel it? Like, the only thing like outside of the club that you hear is the bass. You don't hear the music, don't hear the lyrics, So like, to me, is like how is that enjoyable inside? Now, obviously, again, logic over an emotional reaction. Logically, people are just in the mood and in the moment, and they're in a club and they're around people, they're dancing, having a good time, drinking, whatever. It's not about necessarily the music per se. That's just part of atmosphere. But still, I'm like, there's just no need for the bass to be that loud. And again, I feel like the old man shaking his fist at the cloud. When I do say that, it's the closest I'll come to saying I feel old. But that it's more of the expression, right? That if you're complaining about the noise of music, that you're too old. Me, I'm just complaining about the level of the music, the bass. Yeah. So for me, that's just part of that frustration, is the like, not understanding, like, why the hell this club has to do this. So that was my Sunday night, and it fed into my like I was saying, like I don't want to be downtown anymore, and I know I'm gonna have to sign another year lease here in July or so, something like that. And that's gonna be another year that I could possibly be annoying to my neighbors. My neighbors could be annoying me. You know, not their fault, obviously. We're just doing the things we're doing in our apartments. But the thing is, it's like, you know, these things get to us. You know, I want to get outside more, obviously, and I want to stop being cooped up. But at the same time, part of me has that, like, if I am outside, I'm not inside doing something. So I have a bit of a contradictory attitude that way as well. Yeah, I'm a mess. Not any kind of mess that I can't overcome, obviously. It's all manageable. I just have to find a way to do it. Article of jobs downtown, they say usually pay the best, usually not always. Yeah, no, I wouldn't have taken this job and transferred to another state, yeah, if it didn't pay well. But yeah, the downside is like now I'm in a situation where I can't rise above the things I'm wanting to get on top of. You know, inch by inch I am, but I'd like to get a little bit bigger of a stride going, which is so yeah, that's why it's again we're back to the whole house down payment goal. Was it somebody came in I think on Kick last week trying to tell me that 40,000, what is this, like 1990 prices? That's, you know, that's not 20%. I was like, who said I'm putting 20% down? You know, I just want something for a down payment. You know, whatever it ends up being, it's going to be a chunk out of the mortgage that I don't have to pay because I'm putting it down. You know, it's it's just kind of funny. Like person that's never been in my chat before, and then that's the first thing they say. Like, come on, you know, say hello, say your name. How you doing? I want to get to know you. And then rip into me about my poor financial decisions. But no, I mean, in all truthfulness, that's just really what it's all about. Is just a chance for me to have a trackable progress bar that a lot of you guys can see. Most of it's going to come from my paycheck. You know, it's not, you know, not really necessarily going to come from Twitch and other stuff. But that does kind of roll back to what I was starting to say about my artwork at the beginning of stream. Is I would like to get to a point where my kind of rehabilitation into artwork gets to a level where maybe I do something to advertise artwork for sale, and I sell $100 or $200 worth of art a month, just on the base. Oh gosh, apparently I can't breathe Mountain Dew. But just like on the base principle of like, you know, this artwork is available and someone says, I am interested. Aha, cool. We could make an exchange. And that could be a scenario where, you know, I could get to that target number a lot faster that way because it's not just my paychecks and not just with Twitch, but it's also another source, another revenue source that is within my capable means. I just need to get better, and it's not just about my my artwork, like subjectively being better, like it looks good, it is, you know, it's better that way. But it's also me getting artwork done, you know, on a somewhat of a schedule. Like, can I get 2 or 3 or 4 pieces done a month that are my $100 pieces, and then can I get them colored up and make them into prints and have prints available? So that also could be another merch option. But then someone says, I want the original. I'm like, cool, this one's $250. And someone says, no problem. I'm like, cool, let me throw in a print along with that too. And I can make that kind of deal or situation with them, right? You know, I look forward to eventually doing that again. But I'll tell you guys right now, the one thing I definitely do not feel comfortable with is commissions. Because if I can't even get the ThunderCats Lair finished, how the hell am I supposed to finish somebody's artwork on commission? So yeah, it's an old school thing about me. It's I was doing horrible finishing commissions on time for customers, and I had to refund a lot of people money over the years. You know, 2013 to 16 was horrible. Those 3 years where people committed to sending me money, and I didn't get artwork done, and I had to find ways somehow, some way, to refund them that money. You know, because that money went to my rent. You know, went to keeping the lights on, went to whatever debt I was still paying off for my divorce. And that's not any of those people buying artwork off of me's responsibility. Is my responsibility to do it, commit to it, get it done, and live up to what I'm saying. So for me, that's why these days I'm just definitely not going to do commissions for people. It's artwork that is done and ready to go that I will then, you know, negotiate sale and send it to them, and there's going to be like no issue or concern about that artwork being available or not. And then likewise with the merch, I believe Fourth Wall's got some decent print options, you know, making prints, and they're on demand. So, you know, it's like if you end up buying it, cool. Well, they now print it out and they ship it out to you, or you know, if I'm doing enough sales, they'll probably have a cheaper option because they'll have a small inventory ready to go to ship out. I don't know. You know, a couple of the other places had offered that as well, but I don't do enough sales to warrant that. But yeah, so I mean, I look forward to that, but it's just like I think the last piece of artwork I sold was probably like 5 years ago, you know. That, I could be wrong about that, but it's at least been several years. There, we got 2 minutes left on this coffee and Mega Crush. Mega Crush and coffee is helping with the stamina. The Mega Crush is also helping me kind of zip over real quick to these trees. And I think we've been rock and rolling pretty good here. For those that don't know about this server, the server has trees that auto plant as soon as you chop them down. It gets rid of the animation of the tree falling, so that helps with the lag on the server. And then you still get the occasional seed once in a while, but you guys see, like, I went through all those trees and I have 3 seeds. So I think there's I don't know if there's a minor RNG or just a situation where the tree eventually does give you a seed, but it doesn't give you a seed because it auto replants. So there's that. Oklahoma. All right, and then, let's see, we're on 55 seconds. So when this runs out, we'll teleport back to the ThunderCats lair. I'm going to take a break, and we're going to get back to working on the lair. So appreciate everybody kind of listening to a couple hours worth of a little mini rant or a venting situation there. Really appreciate that. It has been stuff that's been on my mind. Just a couple of the comments actually kind of steered the conversation that way. Ultimately, I gotta try to find ways to continue to make this situation even better. Yeah, get my numbers up on all 3 platforms: Twitch, YouTube, and Kick. YouTube and Kick. Finding ways to get to their equivalent of partner programs where I can monetize the streams there, let alone the rest of the videos I put on YouTube, things like that. So, you know, those are the directions that we're heading for all of this, where a lot of this kind of then becomes a bit of a evolving scenario. Once you get to a certain amount of numbers, you know, these things will start sustaining a little bit, as long as you're keeping your schedule, as long as you're putting out content. You know, all this stuff can be done, and it's something I enjoy doing. But when it comes to streaming and when it comes to content video creation, I in addition to that, I do want to roll in some time for my artwork as well. So that's going to be the other scenario you guys are going to see, is you know, what ways that I can find where I get my artwork done. And it's not just artwork, but it's writing, and it's producing actual comic book pages. And I do have formats. I know articles, we didn't really go into it really, but I do have kind of like a format of storytelling that I have in my mind that I do think is going to be different, and I still don't think anybody is really done. But it's kind of hindered with the mobile format of people holding their phones straight up and down, and so I might be adapting and catering to some of that as well. But I'm looking to create basically kind of a mobile version of what I'm doing in addition to a web format. And I have some ideas how it's going to go, but now that's where I got to also put some more time into it while also working my day job and getting all this other stuff done. So it'll be interesting. Oh, the elixirs are done, or the elixir. Yeah. Well, coffee is kind of the elixir of life, isn't it? Get these last 2 trees. We've yeah, we've rock and rolled a pretty decent amount of wood out of this. It's been a heck of a clear cutting session. I didn't even finish when I cut through here, I always go through and come back over to this bowl and get this area here. Okay, so back to the ThunderCats lair. Again, I'm gonna take a quick break, guys. Cluck Norris is up high. Check out the perch. Careful, Cluck Norris. You always seem to fall off those areas and you hurt yourself a little bit. Okay. All right. So give me 3 minutes, you guys. I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna stretch. I'm gonna get a nice big batch of crystal light here, and I will be right back.
Go off and rule the universe from beyond the grave.
Indeed.
Or check into a cycle, or whichever comes first, huh?
All right, thanks for waiting, everybody. That's a quick little break. We are back. Check these. Yoink. Cluck Norris, how you doing, man? That's a big chicken. All right. I'll put this wrong here. All right. Wouldn't hurt for us to get some more wood, but I don't want to do that on stream. We can obviously do that another time. Another time. Another place. In the Age of Wonders. That explains why I have all this honey. Because of other tree chopping moments before. Let's that there. Put that there. Okay. Back up to floor 9. This side. Yep, there we go. I was like, where did we leave off? Right, 240 blocks left on this current batch. Good times. So, yeah, Sunday night I was gonna do a drawing stream, and I need to double check my cabling here because some things have changed since I got this ultra wide monitor. But yeah, I gotta check my digital tablet monitor. I got like one of those like $400 or $500 imports instead of the $2,000 Wacom thing, whatever. To be honest, there's a reason why that stuff is as expensive as it is, but yeah, I didn't have the money for the top of the line stuff. But yeah, this tablet monitor has been pretty good. I forget what's it called again? XP Pen Pro 22E, I think, if I remember correctly. And the stylus has been okay. You know, I've been able to get some decent pressure sensitivity done with it as far as like making the line art happen. I think the one thing I'm still not really comprehending is the whole like the actual line detail work on Photoshop when doing stuff. Like other people are producing line art that is just so much more crisp and clear, and I'm curious, like, is it a resolution thing that I'm doing? Because I'll try to make it a high resolution file, and it still seems like some things aren't really turning out the way I think that they should. Or is it just my perception of it is off? Now I'm trying to remember before, but I think some digital inkers were they using Adobe Illustrator? So you got Photoshop and then you have Illustrator. Illustrator, I believe, is vector based, and speaking of talking about art school earlier, that was one of my first strikes with art school that pushed me out. And reflecting on it, I feel like an idiot for making it a thing. But we were in a class where we were going to be working on Photoshop and Illustrator and using tools like that. And this class was specifically catered towards those programs. And when it came to Illustrator, like I didn't really understand what vector-based meant. I understood how it meant, from a point to a point to a point, vectors, right? But for some reason, I couldn't really just like comprehend exactly what that meant in practical purposes, of how the program worked. Whereas with Photoshop, with pixels, I understood, that you're filling in a very small little pixel. You're filling that in, and there's so many pixels, that basically at that point, you're connecting all those together, and those make a line or make a blotch or whatever it is you're drawing, right? And so that's the thing I was saying about Photoshop is, sometimes it still doesn't look right even though you're at a higher resolution. And so yeah, so that was my frustration back at art school, is I was trying to ask the teacher, it's like, what I don't get what vector based really is. Like am I actually gonna sit here like a pencil, like a brush stroke, and am I gonna do stuff? Or is that just on Photoshop? What I don't get it. And for whatever reason, like she wasn't getting that I wasn't getting it. And so it turned into this two people looking at each other dumbfounded kind of moment. And it hit me just like at that wrong time. And yeah, I ended up I think barely getting through that class. I excelled at the Photoshop part of the class. Imagine that. Yeah, in fact, I made this fun collage of Mulder and Scully. We were supposed to scan these photos and yeah, do photo manipulation and everything like that, as if we were creating our own like article or something like that, or something about like something to the nature of behind the theme. And so there was this photo of David Duchovny and Gillian Anderson on like a extra large mortuary tab, and pretending basically like they were in bed together, but on a mortuary slab, sorry. And it's like I took that, I took the two other images of them and another image, and I created like this kind of like staggering collage kind of scenario, which included like the two pictures of them standing on top of the cloth that they were underneath, so like that, so like the other versions of them. And it's so funny too, because like the teacher herself was kind of like, I don't get it, but it's like it's good quality, so A+, I'm like, yay. But like right off the back, that's where I should have realized, like, okay, I'm not connecting with this teacher, something's not right here. So then when we moved into the Adobe Illustrator part of the class, there was just so much disconnecting. Hindsight, I would have tried to get some time alone with the teacher and say, look, this is what I don't understand. Can you, what's do you know what my disconnect is, and what can we do to improve this? Obviously the 46-year-old me knows that. The 18, 19-year-old me Did not. Did not know how to verbalize and communicate that. Gosh, what else did we use? Yeah, because that one was a pretty reasonable class to go through. It's so interesting, like, you know, so again, I dropped out of art school. Truthfully, it's kind of like one of my only regrets in life. Like when you fully regret something, you know, there's things I should not have done in life, but like when you start getting into regret, I feel is like you're always dwelling on it and stuff like that. There's things I've done that I've done wrong where I've accepted, and if I've done wrong to somebody, I felt like me and that person have come to terms. So, you know, that's not so much regret for me, but yeah, dropping out of art school was not a good thing. And I still to this day occasionally have a dream where I'm walking around school. I don't have this about high school, but I'm walking around the art school lost. I don't know what class I'm supposed to be in. I'm when I do get there, I have no idea what's going on. I don't know what the assignment is. And there's this like limbo state of things going on where I know I'm supposed to know this, but I don't. And it's just kind of interesting because it's like when I think back on my memory of art school, that almost seems kind of like what I went through in real life. You know, now I myself am not a person that partakes in substances. It's not my thing. The assumption is that all artists do for some reason. I don't really like that. I think that's what pushes me away from even wanting to try it in the first place. Is that assumption. So when I talk about that, I think it was just kind of like the overwhelming nature of me going to art school, seeing so many artists that were just so much better than me and comprehending things, getting their projects done on time. Oh, it went through 1,000 concrete, you guys. Let's add that to the list. Yoink. All right, 77,000 blocks and counting. Boop. Okay, we gotta go get another batch. But yeah, so definitely lots of room for improvement. One of those things is yeah, I'm hoping I can be more time efficient as life goes on. That if I want to do something, I could sit there and go, okay, project management. Let's look at this. This thing needs to be done. This is the amount of time that I want to get it done. You know, the ThunderCats Lair is another one of those examples, right? I could have looked at my winter schedule a little bit more closely and said, I am or I am not capable of achieving this project during this time frame, you know, which was, you know, let's go get some food. I knew that we had December and probably till the end of February, you know, in this case, end of March, and a little bit of April is what it turned out to be. A little extra long time on this this current map on the server. Return. There we go. So, but I could have looked at things like, okay, so I'm going to be going and spending time with my parents for the holidays. I could have looked at the past for my day job and said, okay, end of January, getting into February, things start really ramping up. Everybody comes out of the holidays and they need projects done. So, you know, I could have looked at all that and said, here is what is probably possible. And then, you know, likewise, communication to the build group, the people that were working on all this with me. You know, what are they or are they not able to jump in and help out with, and what's their schedule like, you know, while also maintaining, you know, a conversation that it's not expected of them to meet a schedule. I just need to know what they can do so I can schedule around it, right? So all these things there are things I could be better at, and I think as I'm saying it out loud, I am getting better because I'm at recognizing it. I'm at least now at the point where I can say the format of these things I need to work on, and recognize it, whereas in the past I couldn't. So when this server wipes on Friday, and again, we don't know what time it'll be up and running with the new map. We'll start a new character, and my loose goal is basically to build a home base that'll also be the horde base all in one. It'll be kind of a tower. How big, I don't know. And I want to loosely base the design on what we've done in the past with the horde base, with electric fences, with kill corridor, and no matter what direction the zombies are coming at, they all want to go into the front of the base by design. If I could accomplish that with a design, then cool. I'm not gonna worry about 100,000 blocks worth of a build, on my next one. Fluffy Bunny was asking earlier about what's my next major build. Next major build is going to be another small town build, but that isn't until several months into Alpha 22, whenever that comes out. And supposedly it's coming out this summer. Summer is, June, July, August, a little bit of September. Sometimes, people still consider September a little bit of the summer going into the fall. So, could be a good chance that Alpha 22 comes out September 1st. Who knows, right? I'm just saying an arbitrary day. But point being, in that scenario is just that I want to spend this next map after this wipes and restarts on just doing something casually as far as building goes, but I want to focus on getting the zombie kills and getting the rankings up as quick as possible. Now I want to focus on explosives and doing the things that I don't normally do in the game, because I usually kind of follow a regular format. So that'll be kind of nice and enjoyable, and that's coming up this Friday. Now, what's likely going to happen is Friday stream, then Saturday, before coming back into the server, we'll do the 4 hours Twitch integration on my solo game, and then we'll switch over to the server and do another night of that. Because of wipe hype, I've been kind of like following with that label. Wipe hype, because they wipe the server, start fresh. It's exciting. A lot of people come in, so the server could be full. Monitoring that closely. We'll see what goes on, but there could be a good chance that we're gonna be up really late this coming Friday. I'm contemplating getting myself some pizza Friday and not worrying about anything but us having just a really good time leveling up a new character. Similar to what I did with this build, there's going to be a base camp that I'm going to make in a forest biome. I'm going to start off with something simple, quote unquote, in the forest biome. And when I get to a point where I think I'm comfortable going into the wastelands and reasonably surviving the wastelands, that's when I'll pick a spot, or I might have a spot picked out. We're gonna look at the map together, and we'll see like what in the wastelands is probably ideal to go check out. But yeah, I'll get myself to a level where we could do that, where we can go into the wastelands and check out the spot and pick it and say this is it. Put the land claim down, perhaps. Get the heck out of Dodge, and then come back to it later. I think ideally I'm going to look for flat land, or land that I can make flat. Because even though it's wastelands, I still want the zombies to path to where I want them to path. I don't want them getting hung up on anything. I want them digging. I don't want any of that. So then, speaking of digging, it has been like on my mind to maybe try a trench, bedrock trench around what I'm building. But I don't think that's really going to matter. Then the problem is do I build a design where the zombies can get back up out of that? Because if they're digging underneath, you know, down there, yeah, ultimately that could be painstaking as well. Just the fact that they're down there smacking on stuff and you're up top. Oh, speaking of. Da, 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 da. Oh, did I get her? I did not. No, I did. Alright. Who fell down? Who's that knocking at my door? Up top? Or is that down below? Yeah. One up top here. There she is. No! Silly zombies. Yep, there you go. Wandering horde out. Know if we should assume that's it, but I didn't hear any others. Wee-haw. Level 2 miner's hat. All right. Where was this guy smacking on the wall? Was it? Didn't it look like he was smacking on the wall? What the hell? No big whoop. I mean, it's not like it's doing severe damage. Huh, okay. Yeah, just caught that guy out of the corner of my eye. All right, I did an accidental fire earlier with a belt gun. All right, top that off. We are maxed on everything else. Let's change the sniper rifle over to the AP ammo. Maybe we might have other visitors later and we could do a double shot. We got the penetrator perk obviously maxed out. All right, let's get back to it. After we unload. What's this? Why did ammo drop on the ground? Oh, were we full inventory when it happened? Yeah, that must have been it. My God, there's a giant chicken outside. Wah ha wah. Had a couple surprise zombies in the stairwell earlier on my lunch break. That was something else. no noticeable breaches anywhere, so there's a good chance they just fell off the back of the mountain and went right here. You know, heard me in the nearby vicinity, and this was a path that took them to where I was. All right, so we had just upgraded that. Pizza cake. Oh man, yeah, I look forward to pizza on Friday. Now I should be making my own pizza on Friday. Maybe I'll do that. I'll share with you guys the results if I do it. That's another aspect of self-improvement for me has been learning how to cook, and by doing so, you know, a lot of things that probably pretty common for other people, but not for me. And yeah, the most common thing now for me has been enchiladas. I've been making that with the verde sauce, the green sauce, and making those, that kind. And then yeah, I've been doing pork enchiladas, chicken enchiladas, beef enchiladas. I've now kind of like expanded that a little bit. I've been trying to get a lot more cheese now because I'm not really heavily into cheese, but I've been putting a lot more cheese into some of the batches I've been making. But yeah, so the enchiladas have been nice. Accidentally got small tortilla shells again, so I've got to make some small tacos, I think, perhaps tomorrow, and start using those tortilla shells up. But yeah, so pizza, for those that don't know, my first job was a burger place. Worked for a owner of a burger place called Gorm's when it was around in Kent, Washington, many moons ago. And that was one of my favorite first job experiences, because it taught me how to speak with the public and work the cash register and take orders, do the quick math you need to, let alone what, you know, obviously the cash register could do for you. But, you know, trying to do everything you need to there, and then getting behind the grill and cooking up the burgers according to, you know, the owner of the restaurant's method and system and everything. And so that was nice. So that was the first job at pizza. So after that, I eventually went into pizza delivery with Godfather's Pizza, and worked my way into night manager, which I have no idea why they made me night manager. But that was one of those jobs where, you know, at like 19 or 20 or something like that, you know, you really could, if you don't really have like a huge amount of ambition going for you, that specifically was what was perfect for me in that scenario. We had Time Crisis 2 in the arcade section. I had like 4 or 5 arcade games, and of course I had access to the quarters, so I could pretty much just play free games. And I would just sit there. Wait, was it Time Crisis? Or was it? I think it was. So basically what I'm getting at is I would put in coins in both player 1 and player 2, and I would John Woo it. I'd do, you know, smack the microphone. I would do the 2 different pistols, but you had to still do the pedal. You press the pedal. Was it pedal down? You ducked behind things, I think, and then the pedal released, you would come back out to shoot. So I had set it up so that, yeah, I you know, get both my feet in the positions, because it wasn't the wide machine, it was the smaller one. And see, that's why I didn't know it was like Time Crisis, or we're talking like Area 51. Well, Area 51, I definitely did to John Woo style. You know, I paid for 2 players. But anyways, point being is that I would close up for the night, count the till, do the deposits, do whatever you needed to for the job, and get done. But then I would be there till like 4 or 5 in the morning, playing Time Crisis, and getting really good at it. I admittedly, it was kind of crazy how good I was getting at the game, and a couple of times I got a little too sweaty with it, both literally and metaphorically. And the morning manager comes in to basically open up, do beginning prep, start getting dough going for the next for this new day. And, you know, and he doesn't have to disable the alarm system because it's already disabled. And he sees, you know, sees that I'm still there. That, you know, the light, at least in that section, is still on. And it's like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm getting to that next level. I just know it. Next playthrough, it's gonna happen. Oh goodness. But yeah, that was so much fun. Just the overall, like, the sheer fact of, like, you're at that stage of your life again. No real huge responsibilities. I had to, you know, obviously pay rent. Oh, I can't remember. I think at that point I was roomed up with 3 other people. We were splitting a 3-bedroom apartment. 2 of the people were together, so they had the master bedroom, and then me and the other person had the other 2 spare bedrooms. And oh God, I think my rent was like $400. My portion of the rent. God. Oh, to go back to those days. But yeah, so yeah, it was just like, you know, make and deliver pizzas. You know, no other kind of real big care in the world. At that point, yeah, I had already been long since out of art school. But yeah, like over the course of that year or so, that's where like life started kind of like making those occasional periodic steps towards ooh, okay, there goes my mouse again. Those periodic steps towards what led me to yeah, essentially oh wow. So in about a week and a half, it's going to be 24 years that I've when I first started working for this company, around about middle of April of the year 2000. And holy shit. Yeah, 24 years. In one department or another. Some promotion, some demotion, some, you know, challenging hurdles here or there, and basically got me to where I'm at in life today. Something else. Which is not drawing comic books for a living. Yeah, so Arctic Wolf, I'm sorry if you're still there, man. I definitely went off on long tangents. So how's Kicking YouTube doing? You guys doing good on Kicking YouTube? I say we did have somebody follow last night, 12 hours ago. The Labs, big thanks to that on Kick. Appreciate the follow. Oh, but yeah, it's like going back to how kind of simple that format was. I don't think that's possible, obviously, for me today. you know, the self-worth part of income to, you know, to me would want to try to find something a little bit more financially sustainable. Yeah, and that's not a slight against anybody that's doing that kind of work. Obviously, we all work these different little stages of stuff in life. For me specifically, that's what I'm talking about is, you know, I might as well, unless I could make something out of my artwork and streaming, I might as well obviously stick with my day job for the next 5 to 10 years. I think would be very wise. Can't tell if I'm hearing something. Always a good chance there could still be 1 or 2 zombies lurking around from that horde. They load in, they kind of go in a direction, and then they reach the stage where they kind of just waft and spread out from where they're at. It's a good time for fog to roll in while I'm trying to look for zombies. Creepy music time. It's now nighttime. But yeah, so I think like the basics of it are the basic thought process is like what if I were to do, you know, pizza delivery or closing management of a store 4 days a week, you know, most likely they'd do what they could not to give me my 40 hours, right? But a lot of those places seem to be doing that these days. But you know, just find a place that I think the daydream there is not so much that cabin in the woods thing I was talking about. But it would be the you know, the older man and woman that have a room above the garage, the exterior garage, that I could stream from and not be too loud, you know, that would disturb them, but I could be loud enough to do streaming. That would be the dream. And they'd probably like the dream again, daydream is like they would charge me $600 for it. for living there. And yeah, you know, the pizza job would make enough for me to take care of that, and then the streaming would all be my extra income. And very obviously, I could cut down my hours of pizza if the streaming thing really took off. This is the year it's gonna take off. I'm telling you. Everybody that's not in the 0.01% of streaming, we've all said it. This is gonna be my year. Article. Okay, back again. Sorry. Yeah, how dare you? You're good, man. Clean a spot on your desk so you can start building your RC cars. Nice, man. Yeah, no worries. I was asking earlier if you were still there because I want to say I appreciate the sentiment on the comics. I make a comic, you say you'll buy a couple of copies. Appreciate that. Yeah, ultimately, when I do my comic, it's not going to be for everybody. You know, yeah, but I'll do them, and we'll see how it goes, right? And you know, I think in all honesty, you know, that's gonna be the thing. It's like if you or others say, you know, it's just not for me, that's totally cool. No worries. But yeah, when I do the stories I'm going to do, they are going to be the stories I want to tell, and I look forward to that day. Finally get to get back to that. Brief heads up on my stream schedule this week, for those unaware. So we were doing Minecraft. We just did one night, but last week we did Minecraft on Tuesday. I was going to do it again, but now that we know that this server is getting wiped this Friday, we want to get the ThunderCats Lair done. Which, thankfully, once this is upgraded, we're going to switch to the shoulder over here. But yeah, we want to work on the ThunderCats Lair. We have tonight and tomorrow night, basically, to finish this up into a comfortable stage. So Thursday night will be Minecraft this week. And then Friday and Saturday will be back to 7 Days to Die. Again, a good chunk of it will be back on the server for the new wiped started game. New character, new wipe, new seed, new world, whatever you want to call it. And then next week, Valheim will be 2 days a week, Monday and Wednesday. Minecraft will be on Tuesday. And if Minecraft ends up not being, like, if I'm not sticking with it, then we probably can either turn Tuesday into a, like a random game day, something like that, or like a full drawing stream day. So on the note of drawing streams, though, one of the things I'm going to kind of cut back on a little bit is some of these streams during the weekday are going to be 2 hours. And before I do the like the video game streams, I'm going to do a drawing stream. So I'll do like an hour or two of drawing, and then we'll cut over to 2 hours, maybe 3 on some days, of Valheim, of Minecraft, of 7 Days to Die, whatever the format is for the day. Now, if I don't do a drawing, then we'll just extend the game that I'm streaming later into a longer format. With Valheim, we're working towards the Queen battle. That'll be possibly this next Monday. Valheim stream will be the fight with the Queen. We found the location, but now I thought about this more and more last night. I think I'm definitely going to go for the magics. I'm going to try to get the staff, the fire staff, I think. I'm going to talk to Philo and Thea about it a little bit. I think Philo mostly has been practicing up on the Eider foods and the spells and stuff like that, or whatever that you could use with the staffs. So check in with him. But if I could basically... If I could bubble myself and cast and be at a position where I'm not being able to be attacked as frequently, you know, the Queen's Chamber in Valheim is an interesting place. Not too many places to hide, but if I could pull it off, we might be able to just basically burn down the Queen with fire staff, but we'll see. Article of my brother's very into comics. I'm into comics, but not as much as him. But I guess back in the days when my family had some things to do, comic books never really looked into. My brother did. Oh, well, that's cool, though. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, it... just definitely won't be run of the mill. Trust me and my brother and me are open-minded. All right, no worries, man. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's mostly like it has the potential to be a pretty sloppy story format. But I will do my best. I'll try to do what I can. And like we were talking about earlier, the only thing I can do is put something out, for better or for worse. And I look at it and say, okay, what if we improve on the next one? You know. I don't know why this is bugging me enough to do this, but we're gonna go get this other airdrop. How many people are... Two others on the server. Again, I try to keep track of that so I can keep an eye out for what possible wandering hordes there are going to be while I'm building and upgrading and doing stuffs. So what's this? You know, back in the day, this RC car stuff didn't cost as much. I've been splurging on RC cars. Yeah. Got like 4 classic RC cars that have to build. What was it that I have to build old school RC cars? Not quite sure what you mean there, but is it like I got 4 RC? I got 4 classic RC cars that I have to build. They are old school RC cars. Woot! You know what? I look forward to the day when we could be on an open server and not worry about our vehicles. I don't know if that day is ever gonna come, but but the whole like leaving it out and whatnot, and worrying about them disappearing, or you know, obviously if you lock them, another player can't get them. But yeah. So like one of them is the Grasshopper, the other one's Grasshopper 2. I think you mentioned that, yeah. The other one, Hornet, which are old school RC cars. I'm actually going to either build a shelf or going to buy a shelf unit where I can put them in the older RC cars up. First you have to build them, yeah. Nice, man. No, I mean that's it right there. Like these are the things that I love about like the creativity or the things that we want to do as hobbies or that we're just really into is a scenario like that where you now start investing a little bit further into it, right? Did it actually damage? I can never remember if you actually damage blocks when you land hard like that. Don't see anything. Oh wait, there it is. We'll have to get one thing of concrete. But yeah, again, that's what I like about stuff like that is, yeah, you start investing in sometimes like the tools that go along with it, yeah, shelf, so you know. Yeah, if I was better at doing stuff like that, I'd have a shelf for my a more efficient shelf for my hot toys, the Hulkbuster, Thanos. We got Captain Marvel. She's still in the box right now. I got Spider-Gwen. That was a gift from someone. Spider-Gwen, and she came with a Spider-Pig. That was kind of cool. But from the Into the Spider-Verse movie, the first animated movie they did. What's that? I had, when I was a kid, I had the Grasshopper 2, And then I went to Nitro 1/8 scale buggies, and then I stopped for a while because I had kids put aside, you know. Yep, I know that one. And now that my kids are grown, I'm getting back into it, and I got a 1/5 scale monster truck that's the size of a go-kart. Nice. Yeah, right on, man. I was just thinking about my PvP security system. I don't know why that popped into my mind. Setting up motion sensors in my underground tunnel build in a mountain, and trying to set up these different quadrants and stuff of getting into the base. And I essentially I purposefully made like tunnels that would go out to parts of the mountain, so that if people did find ways into my base, it would take them to these tunnels specifically. And then I set up fall traps and other things like that. But one of the things I did too, like further down in the tunnel, was I set up a motion sensor so that it would trigger a light in my main core part of the base. And I had basically instruction like, this is the northwest section, this is the southwest section, this is the southeast, northeast, ways to get into the base. These are these 4 different tunnels. And I set it to trigger and stay on if it was triggered, basically. So the light would be on. So if I logged in, and it's on a PvP server, right? If I log into my base and I see one of the lights is on and which sign it's underneath, if it said the northwest tunnel, that means I've had activity, that somebody has been in my tunnels. And only got to have that happen a couple times. But it was kind of like a fun little security system I was kind of setting up. Let's see, article. Actually, for Easter, I bought my 2 nephews and my niece. I got him. Nephews is mentioned twice. I got him a 1/10 scale RC truck, and then my niece, I got her a 1/18 scale RC truck, certified by Ford. like what's certified though? Like, do they say, yeah, this is our model, our design, and it's allowed, and that's their sign of approval that it's a authorized version? Certificate it was made by Ford. Oh, interesting. Okay. Didn't know they did such things. Cool. Yep. Got all the paperwork with it. Don't expect my niece to play with it too much. Not my nephews, they might get into it. That's still cool of you, though. You know, you get that and you try to, you know, give something that's kind of near and dear to you that you can then pass along. And if they're interested, there you go. It's a nice little gateway into it that maybe they'll check out and expand upon, too. They'll find that they might like that hobby. Initially, what really started getting me into comics was my cousin. We had gone to their place in Alaska, and he showed me like I had known about Spider-Man, but didn't really like know the comic book stuff about him, you know, really. And my cousin was showing me the cover of one of the books, and on that cover Spider-Man had this black costume, and I was just like, wait a minute, where's this red and blue one that he has? What's going on? And it opened up that that story, that conversation about the Venom symbiote, and this was like after he got rid of the Venom symbiote costume, and he still made himself a black costume instead, you know. So like it was after the fact, if I remember correctly, that he was, yeah, he was wearing a costume that he made that resembled it. But yeah, so when my cousin was telling me like that whole story, I was just so like intrigued about how that all went. And not too long after that, that's when I did chores for my parents, and got like $2 or $3 or something like that for helping them out with something. And I went up to a comic book rack and I saw Fantastic Four number 299, and fell in love with comic books ever since. Again, minus the small little out of love, out of touch kind of feeling I'm having these days with it. Yeah. But yeah, it's got all the paperwork that I expect. Oh wait, I already read that. Well, the hobby actually has a lot of opportunities in it. That's why I actually like the hobby, but also I do like you like to race them, and then you like to build them. Yeah, build and race them. Yeah. Well, it's like when I moved to Wisconsin briefly, stayed with my parents, and I don't know what it was, like I never really been into miniatures. And so a buddy of mine, a guy I knew, was working at one of those Games Workshop stores, I guess, and I don't know what it was, but like some reason I did like $150 sale on like I purchased of all these like Lord of the Rings miniatures and stuff around that time, because I didn't really want to get into Warhammer. And yeah, so I got all of these Lord of the Rings miniatures with the whole purpose of like the time I was going to spend at my parents' in Wisconsin. I was going to paint those miniatures. Didn't even touch it once. Didn't even crack open the paint. So horrible at getting things done. But yeah, so it is what it is. Server restart, 10 minutes. Okay, we'll try to time our next break around that restart. But I think I'm going to heat up some taquitos, so I'll take a 5-minute break when I do that. Doo-doo. 190 blocks left on this current batch of concrete mix. Oh, did I? Okay, interesting. Just noticed that somebody didn't get back to me on the question I had 5 hours ago. Not that I'm owed that answer. Actually, I've messaged quite a few people today looking for answers on some things, but this one in particular is work related. Yeah, I was gonna say, see, now I switch over to the crystal light, I'm starting to yawn. Still have a little bit of my Mountain Dew left, though. Did I hear something? Thought I heard something interesting. Let's see. When I was a kid, me and my grandmother used to go to this a certain place. It wasn't a Hobby Lobby, it was something else before Hobby Lobby, and we used to get those ceramic ornaments and stuff like that. And statues during Christmas time, we would paint them. Yeah, gosh, what's the one I went to? Might be the same, might not, depending on part of the world, right? Craft World? Was it Michael's? Kind of funny. I said world about something else, and that made me think that that's what it was. No, not coming up as a business. Dang it. Like, I could picture it in my head in Washington State. One of the ones that I had gone to before. Oh my goodness. Facebook just gave me a memory of a oh, that's funny. I have already saved it. Fine. So as Facebook gives me these memories of things, I'm saving the images because I don't have them saved elsewhere. I lost a hard drive since then, especially if they're like 10 years old or more. So some of these images I've been just saving as they tell me. Yeah, can't picture. I can picture the building inside my head, but I just can't think of what the name was. Oh, it was called Frank's Nurseries and Crafts. Oh wow, yeah, I'd never heard of that. Yeah, I still think it was like Craft World for the one I'm thinking of. Was it Craft World, or was it like had an orange sign with a white background? Craft Works? Damn. Anyways, there I go again. I think that was a Chicago thing. Ah, yeah. I mean that's the other part, right? Is yeah, regionally, what's in one part of the country versus the other, as far as some of these companies. I like how some companies, they sound similar because they actually are the same company, but they operate under a different name because of the differences between states or something like that. I can't remember. Or out of country, there's different names because of different overseas regulations. Now everything is everywhere because of the internet. That's true too, right? Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, I'm going to be going up to Blick, or what used to be known the full name, Dick Blick. I'm going to be going up to Blick here in downtown Atlanta to get an art book that I'm gonna draw a whole bunch of noses and ears and eyes and everything. Yeah, we're gonna do this. I'm gonna commit to it. It's cool hell. Yeah, cool as hell, you mean? Or yeah, I mean, like the availability part is amazing. You know, that again, like especially like downtown Atlanta, pretty much everything I've ordered has been here same day, next day, 2 days at most on a lot of situations. Yeah, I meant to say which is cool as hell. Yeah. Oops, did it. We're at the 2-minute warning, which means stop doing blocks because it might not register that you did them. So just do this row and we'll be done. So again, I'm going to take a 5-minute break, guys. I'm going to heat up kind of a loose snack. I got some taquitos that I can heat up. Get a stretch in there. We'll hopefully put ourselves in a safe spot here for the restart. And then we'll come back and we'll finish up this last section here. And we'll get to work on the shoulder over there. We're going to be matching this shoulder, left shoulder, with the right shoulder over there. And then if we got time, we're going to try to connect that neck and make that a little bit better as well. Server will be restarted in 1 minute. See if it remembers the doors being closed. Like the RC cars, they originally came from Japan, and I ordered them. They're coming straight from Japan. Yeah, I mean, all else fails, like if you're doing stuff overseas these days, that it's so much quicker. Like, yeah, when I was a kid, if anything came from overseas, you were waiting forever for it to get through customs and you know to get overseas, to get through customs, to go through all of everything it has to do, to everything it had to do to get to where you were, and then finally, yeah, sit on your porch or in your mailbox, or you get the little slip to have to go to the post office to pick it up, right? Yeah, there we go. All right, guys. Give me 5 minutes. I'm gonna go heat up some food. Like I said, I'm gonna get my stretches in, and we'll be right back.
Hey, I'm a firm believer in the philosophy of a ruling class, especially since I rule.
All right. Thanks for waiting, everybody. We are back. Back again. Join game, Skynet. It's not back up and running yet. Well, let's check on the status and the old Discord here. Yoink. Whoa. What we got? Screaming, how you doing? Thanks for the 100 biddies. What's new on your end? Service status. There we go. Boop. Okay, server's online. Let's try this again, shall we? I don't see it. Alright, give me a second, folks, here. We're gonna figure out what's going on. Boop. Let's quit the game completely and start up. I don't know, maybe the server's not registering. Okay, restarting the game. Ooh. Hot taquitos. That's like half sound. All right. Make sure all my chats are up again. There we go. There we go. Just had to restart the game. Sometimes that happens once in a while. Okay, so 9 o'clock, almost 9:30. We'll get this floor finished up, move over to the shoulder. Yeah, it's got to be some back and forth where we're going to have to make sure like the same blocks and angles are kind of used for wrapping the kind of the cape cowl thing around the shoulder. But that shouldn't be too bad. Interesting. YouTube had an error real quick, but seems to be okay now. Yeah, weird. Weird. All right, we're back in. Not that we really need to do this, but a little more fuel in there. Yep, that's fine. That's fine. Dang it. We were down to 84 blocks with the server was restarted. I was kind of hoping that we could have gotten through that before the server restart. That way we could get a fresh new batch down below, which we still could have done, but it's not too terribly hard to come back here. Arctic Wolf. I'm going to be here, but not going to be talking much. Have you up on the TV. Got to be searching some stuff. No worries, man. Always appreciate it when you can chat, hang out. Otherwise, enjoy your lurk. Ideally, it wouldn't be too bad to get 4 SMG turrets back here, but oh well. Not even gonna be around long enough to worry about it. Mentioned before, but it's essentially the house in Goonies, where the mother wants it to be, she wants the house to look really nice before they tear it down. You know, it's like, okay. I don't know. Have you guys ever really just like stopped and thought about the name of the movie Goonies? Like the Goon Docs, right? I mean that was the whole thing that Mikey even mentions in the movie. That you know, like when we leave the Goon Docks, when we get out of this place, I can't wait. And he was deluding himself, you know. Oh, there we go. I needed that one more concrete mix to match that. We'll obviously get that along with the 1,000 more needed for the next batch. Oh. We almost caused an injury. there. Put her there. Let's do that. Because we shall get that. I'm making the bad judgment move to respond to somebody on Twitter. Another airdrop day. It's probably a really bad idea. $64,000 views. God, again, if I could just translate 10% of that to my stream. So here's basically what I did. On Twitter, of course, you're getting the random people you don't even follow. You're getting on this one tab of Twitter posts. And this person posted the spectrum of the Mandalorian's quality, the Star Wars TV show, The Mandalorian. On the left side, it shows Lizzo and Jack Black for the episode that they were in. On the right side is a comedian, but he had a very serious character story arc that he was in. God, why am I forgetting his name? I don't necessarily agree with everything about the guy, but I think he's funny as shit. Anyways, so it's showing like it basically. I think the intent is to say that this is goofy and this is silly, and then this is serious and firm in nature and tone and stuff like that. And I just posted, and I enjoy and appreciate every minute of every episode. Keep them coming. It's true. I enjoyed all 3 seasons of The Mandalorian. I don't deny that season 3 was a step down, especially with the audiences. Not just me. So it's just kind of funny, like how a lot of people, a couple of people were like, one guy, season 3 was mid. I'm like, for you, I enjoyed it. Season 3 was really bad, in my opinion, is what another person said. I'm like, it's all subjective to the person. I still enjoyed it. And then this other person just now posted a meme that is so like used over and over again, like it's a copy of a copy of a copy of an animated GIF. Don't ask questions, just consume product and then get excited for next product. So basically, it's trying to say like you're a mindless sheep that's just following the consumerism of it all. It's just like at some point, people just enjoy what they enjoy. It's subjective, and somebody doesn't have to enjoy what you enjoy. Somebody doesn't have to not enjoy what you don't enjoy. They don't have to share your feelings on stuff. It is all subjective. Art is subjective. But there seems to be like this desire online, because we have all these ways of connecting to each other socially, social networking. There seems to be this desire to challenge people in a not very constructive way, like it's a insulting way, they want to insult you for what you like, instead of having like an actual, maybe a discourse or a debate or something like that, over something pure and simple. Like I just break it down to, does somebody like it or they don't like it? If they don't like it, usually I'll say, okay, have a nice day. If they do like it and I liked it, obviously there's like, oh, okay, cool, yeah, we have a thing we like, let's talk about it. It's much more enjoyable and a much more just a conversation I look forward to with people, versus the conversations about things that people don't like. I get into the mood once in a while myself. I can't deny it, but like once in a while you get into that mood where you do want to say, I just didn't like this, and here's why, and you want to get that off your chest. But I never fully like felt like I had to hunt down conversations online and start being that radical difference of opinion person. Oh, did we add that 1,000 concrete mix? We did not. My goodness, I almost forgot. 78,000 blocks. Chat, you're slacking. You're supposed to remind me. There we go. Uh-oh. New person. Oh, yeah, no. But sorry, I don't accept random invites. Those I don't know. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, they died right away, so I don't know if the person's trying to do the, I'm always suspicious of... Okay, no. I'm always suspicious of new players. I don't know. It's maybe from the PvP servers and stuff like that. But I always assume like every new player is potentially like someone that's on the server to not. Yeah, they just left now. They did 2 party invites and then they left. Okay. That's not suspicious. I don't know what is. Like, they haven't even tried out the server. So my guess is that they punched a pile, got some glass, ate glass, and then they're trying to see if they could do the bedroll trick, which I don't think has worked since Alpha 18 or 19 or something like that. But basically, you used to be able to, as a new player, come in, eat glass, eat another glass. You know, your character keeps dying. That sometimes the game will assign you to somebody else's bedroll, and you'll get inside their base. I don't know if that's still a thing or anymore, but the person joined the server and then immediately died, so I mean, the way the server is set up, you know, I don't think they would be loaded into a hostile zone, even if it is 2,335 days. Yeah, I was starting to type, like, what happened, you know, welcome to the server, but what happened? And then they sent me a party invite. I'm like, nope. I think that needs to be updated, too. The fun tips need to kind of work on the user interface for party invites and stuff like that. You know, the whole pressing these and have that envelope there. It's cool as an indicator of oh, nice. It's cool as an indicator of invite has been sent to you, but like the interactionness with it, you know, you need a much more comfortable yes and no system. I think there are people that take advantage of that and are trying to see if you'll add them without thinking about it. Oh, there we go. A zombie cannot bite you if it doesn't have a head. Merch now available. Uh-oh. That was AP rounds, too. That's all right. We're down to the last... We're down to the last bits of the server, so... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Just to make sure. Ah, damn it. There we go. Ew. I was gonna say, where's the rest? Whoops, I missed. Oh, zombie got a swing in on me. Man, that made snow go everywhere. That was cool. There. Just for that 1 point of damage. That's some decent wandering hordes tonight. Be happy with that. Hey, there we go. There's a more positive responding person. Star Wars can be goofy and serious, and that's why I like it. Here, here. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever looked that up. What is it? Is it here, here, or here, here? Like here, here with the ear? Or here, here, like come over here. Here, here, or here, here, which is correct? If you want to voice your agreement with somebody during a debate, especially if you are a member of the UK Parliament, interesting, you will shout "hear, hear," as in HEAR, the hearing. But as long as you're shouting, no one will notice you're wrong if you shout "hear, hear," because the words are pronounced the same. And then they said, HERE, HERE. The United Kingdom has a long and proud history of parliamentarism. Shit, did I just actually say that word? The current incarnation of the country's parliament, the Parliament of the United Kingdom, has a history that can be traced through its predecessors. Okay. Parliament of Great Britain, Parliament of England, all the way to the early 13th century, as is often the case. Okay. There's still some use of Norman French in legislative process. Okay. And MPs still shout "hear, hear" when they agree with something. Okay, so HEAR, as in you're hearing. Okay. That's what I had typed, but before I hit enter, I'm like, before I type something in social media, what am I going to do that nobody else does? At least a little bit of research. Now, whether or not the web page I went to was accurate, that's the shoe that's on the other foot, right? Sorry, I'm thinking about a movie. Guess the shoe's on the other foot now. Is that Airplane 2, the sequel? Guess the shoe's on the other foot now, Kramer. Or is it the first airplane? Oh my goodness.
It's an entirely different kind of flying, altogether.
It's an entirely different kind of flying. I need like another 100 audio files up. Get them for all you wonderful, amazing subscribers and finally get that done. I'll have 2 or 3 new ones tomorrow. I'll say that. I've got the info up on a tab ready to go. I'll just have to do them. Get them in MP3 format and set them up ready to go. But one's going to be an additional coffee one from Airplane. How about some coffee, Johnny? No thanks. Good times. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. Almost there. Almost there with this floor. Now, some of this is, is going to stay, I think, this way, and some of it's going to get, will arc down the shoulders and the head and everything like that, so that it goes back behind here. But yeah, that's right. Can you imagine if there was more frequent wandering hordes, though? Or not even like the wandering hordes, but like 1 or 2 zombies at a time. I mean, this is something we've mentioned before. It's not new, but it just would be kind of cool to, even with my land claim down, it'd be nice to still have 1 or 2 zombies always trickling in while we're doing it. It'd be annoying too, but but that's part of the thrill of doing this in a zombie apocalypse. But then, yeah, I would love wandering hordes to be like 25 zombies. I mean, I say all that with wishful thinking because I do think that the possibility is even better down the road when the Fumpkins finish the game. And again, I think we are a year away from this all being finished up. I think in 2025 we're gonna see this this game hit gold. I got nothing to base that on. It's just a guess, a feeling, gut feeling. But yeah, so I mean, the idea is like get to that final version, and then what will be super cool is that with that final version, if that reasonable amount of optimization could be put in place, you could have a much more larger batch of hordes, zombie hordes and scenarios that's not going to lag or bog down the game as much as it used to. Like, I haven't really done much to my settings, but I'm running anywhere between 110 to 125 frames per second right now. Now, granted, I'm out in wilderness. I'm at my build, and, there's not a lot of change state, I think, of blocks out here that would cause game lag. We gotta get some of that wood we got. Lag is still always hitting. Damn, there's another airdrop. Lag is still hitting reasonably heavy in large cities, but obviously at that point, a lot of buildings, a lot of sleeper zombies, change state happening with a lot of objects in a city. So, yeah, tends to make a little sense if you have the basic understanding of that stuff, right? Let's grab 2. Why not? Speaking of flying, The funny thing about this little gulch that I just went over, it's the closest thing to old school. I haven't played it, but old school 7 Days to Die that I've seen in modern day, which is like the more blocky hillside kind of look, like every meter it's a step down, you know, kind of design. So yeah, it's kind of an interesting scenario that it did that. Wait. Somebody's been chopping trees in this area. Sorry, it's a PvE server. It's not PvP, but that explains why we had a couple airdrops, I guess. I guess there's somebody around here. Another tree there. Do we follow the pattern of trees being chopped? Interesting. Could be someone, could not be. I don't know. Oops. Let's head back. Chop tree there. Yeah, so there you go. That jagged kind of look. It's smoothed out a little bit, though. Boop. But it's still pretty prominent. We survived the fog. I wasn't worried for a moment. Were you guys? Boop. There. Let's get rid of this stuff. We don't need it. Don't need it. Okay. Blink. Powers are blinking on us. Did you say Abe Lincoln? Oh, I didn't say Abe Lincoln. I said, hey, Lincoln. Hold the reins, man. All right, so it just turned 10 o'clock, but I'm going to skip this top of the hour break, and we're going to chug on through. Still got that Dua Lipa song stuck in my head. Love Again. Such a vibe. I don't know why. 700 blocks to go on this current batch. Are we there yet? Oh, I should resist. Oh, goodness. Oh, wait, what was that? Huh. All right. I'm dilly-dallying now. Bloop. Changing up the pace, the pattern, doing things to keep it from being too monotonous. It's kind of amazing how fast you can go through the concrete, though. Especially with a nail gun. A nail gun that somehow magically pours in and dries concrete in 1 meter by 1 meter by 1 meter blocks. I can dig it. A bit. Sort of. I do still miss the rebar frame versions. There was a bit of a satisfaction to placing the frames down and upgrading them, and so then therefore having the reinforced concrete. And a minor part of me liked the metal blocks that you used to be able to make. You scrap metal, and then you could make a metal block out of it, just like you could do a wood frame block. I forgot the upgrade pattern of that, though. I think you could still move that metal to cobble, and then to concrete, then reinforced concrete, then steel. Wasn't brick a thing too? Yeah, it's not now, but well, I know Subquake has it in Undead Legacy, but ting. I'm trying to think of how often I hear this sound in my ears when I'm going to sleep. It's not that bad, at least not for me. Oh, right. That's what I was going to look into. I was thinking about doing like a leaderboard type thing. And part of what I was thinking is, again, I have to figure out how to do it in the first place, but basically taking this whole bottom banner here with Kick, Twitch, and YouTube, which they're in that order because it's alphabetical, K, T, U, but converting it over to a video file that will cycle through and repeat, but gonna create like a little leaderboard so that it sits there with that, but then it'll occasionally like drop, and then message will go across the leaderboard about something new I want to talk about, maybe a subject or a topic, because I don't want to also flood the chat with my bot constantly, and for whatever reason, like the bot always feels like it's not as consistent as I would like it. Like it doesn't post as consistently as I would like. In addition to that, like I do have a small bot on Kick, but that only also goes off when people are actually chatting. So universally for all three streams, what is seen by all three streams? Well, my actual video stream, right? So to me, like if I keep working on something like the leaderboard down there, maybe that would maybe that would end up being something that I could adjust. Yeah, I'll have to give that a go. I just thought of something else I could do with it too for the future. For the sake of the future, for all mankind, I will have a small sprite. Constantly checking just in case. There's 4 of us on now, so wandering hordes could vary. Little flickering on the visual of the blocks there at the top of the screen, so I thought there was lightning. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm thinking I better shut down at 11 o'clock tonight. But that'll leave us one more night. And again, I keep putting off the shoulder, but start working on that in the morning, I guess. Well, we could still at least start a half an hour's worth of it, but because yeah, this is almost done. Yeah, good night's rest. I got early day work tomorrow, but early start, early end. So I'll be doing more prep work on all of this, aka, you know, doing more of this work before stream time tomorrow. It is morning time. 2,336 days of game. I don't know if I'd ever get that far on a solo game. You know, I say that, but again, we go back to what we talked about earlier, right? The likelihood of Bum Pimps going gold whenever they do. Would I end up becoming the kind of player that would start a fresh new game just because I felt like it, even if the game was finished? Or would I let a game go as long as possible and just keep updating and enhancing things about that ongoing game? It's hard to know how I'll feel when we finally get to that point. Bit of a lag spike. Could possibly be another wandering horde coming into the area. This is it. Ooh, ah, please let me know. Oh my gersh. Alright, we got enough for 173 more blocks to upgrade, but holy cow, you guys. It's a lot of blocks. Okay. Let's do a little bit of a check before we check ourselves before we wreck ourselves. Something like that. Yeah, there was a whole wall thing and some pillars and some stuff, things and stuff. You gotta do whatever you can to survive. Coral. Is it safe? Yeah, it's safe. Is it safe? Sure, it's safe. Is it safe? Suppose it's safe. What's that from? Oh, Clerks the cartoon. Like as soon as I said, "What's that from?" it hit me. I don't know why, but suddenly I have the urge to rewatch Silo season 1 with Rebecca Ferguson. It's a pretty fun sci-fi concept show, I think. I think it's possibly because I watched Three Body Problem, and I liked that. That one was really getting rich into some sci-fi stuff. Episode 5, though, oh my god, that's all I'm gonna say. Like, wow. Dot pixel thing is returned. It reminds me of, what was it, Bit from the first Tron movie? Yes. No. know I didn't say anything out loud, but I thunk it. Let's look at that whole wall to upgrade to. So many blocks. That's okay. All part of the work. Boom. All right. Here we go. That's another 1,000 blocks. 79,000. And counting. Wonder if I could just get through 1,000 more here in 25 minutes. Especially on that wall, we should be able to do it that way. Should. Should is a good word. Pillars first, and then start on the wall. Tear down that wall. Oops. I probably could have done that one more block over, and I probably could have upgraded both sides. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. God damn it. Yep. Okay, so there isn't really a in the middle spot unless I do something like this. Bouncy bounce. There we go. Pillars are done. Well, these ones are. I think there's some in the next room. Aha! Let's just do it this way. Do it live. Wait. Alright, chat, you need to calm down. This conversation's just getting way out of hand. I know we've reached that point of the stream again. Just chillaxing, hanging out. Gan the Gray, hey, hey. You're like, hey, shh. How you doing? Good to see you again. It's been a hot minute. Whoop. Doesn't help that I'm winding down too. Boop, boop. Doing all right. Yeah, been a bit. Just keep busy. I hear that. Yeah, likewise. We all got our things going on. You getting excited for Alpha 22 this summer? If all goes well and lines up. The Blue Joy bursts into chat, begins running around circles, flipping tables, and causing general mayhem. Ah, Blue Joy. if as if it wasn't chaotic enough, you gotta flip tables. What'd those tables ever do to you? You know, after every day I did the same. Oh no. Need to eat, but pop in for a bit. Cool, cool. The wall on the other side here still needs concrete. I didn't get to the shoulders tonight, but the top's finally done. That we were working on earlier. Actually had 3 or 4 wandering hordes today. Surprisingly. Yeah, it's been pretty chillaxed tonight. I've actually really enjoyed it. Small minor stress of having tomorrow be the last day to work on this, but I'm content. I'm happy with this. Mostly interested in how moddable the new armors and such are going to be. Yeah, it's curious. I've been seeing a few people asking if modders are going to tackle that first. I mean, I think it'll be interesting. I don't personally need it modded, but the things I always want modded are things that I think a lot of people don't really care for or want or desire themselves. Like Subquake helped me with that, getting one of my pieces of artwork, that not this one of Poly, but another one, into my version of Undead Legacy. So that was pretty cool. Got to be able to put that up on the wall in my workshop, in my own artwork, you know. And since it was my solo game of Undead Legacy, you know, no, wasn't like I had to download something server side or whatever, you know. It's one and done deal in my files. That's cool. Yeah, and so I mean, I say that because I know the Fun Pimps made it their Kickstarter reward deal, you know, that the people that got to be in the initial game visually, like their likeness or whatever, what's his name, Ben, for one of the paintings, and some of the other aspects. But I think it would be super cool if we had the ability to import a decently okay res file. I don't know what format it would be, but to be able to do that, you know, put it in put a poster up on the wall in your workshop, and have it be preset to the image that you select as an upload. You know, it part of that comes from the old school Half-Life, Counter-Strike, Left 4 Dead spray logo thing that you could put on the walls in those games. You know, those were tons and tons of years ago. But I understand that, again, there's some texturing aspects to this game that operate differently than those games. Yeah, so just a heads up, everybody, I'm on my 10-minute wind down. My energy level's dropping drastically, so I definitely need to get a good night's sleep tonight. We had some really good energy last night. We did Valheim into extra innings, so and then I had to work early this morning. But otherwise, another good chunk of progress tonight. We're just shy of 80,000 blocks on the build. Yeah, currently it needs to be a Unity asset. Yeah, I don't know. Would Unreal 5 cater to that better? Has anybody done voxel base yet in Unreal 5? I'm way out of the loop on all that. I'm a very novice person asking that question. No idea what they have planned for Steam Workshop. That's true too. Yeah, you know, the whole plan for Steam Workshop is a thing, right? When they go gold. So yeah, I'm sure it's probably all these things that could be done after going gold. A lot of the wishful thinking things that we've wanted. I don't know. I'm still very satisfied with the game, and I look forward to Alpha 22. I'm always going to have my wishful thinking too, but my speculation does not lead to expectation. Expect the Fun Pimps to change the game for the sake of me. But I'm glad you brought that up about the Steam Workshop, because that's a very good point. All right, all these pillars are done. I've heard Unreal isn't easy to mod, but I haven't done any modding of games made with Unreal. Where am I? I'm lost. Boop. But yeah, so yeah, you haven't done any modding of games made with Unreal. Cool. Yeah, from my very limited point of view, I have no idea how to program. I have no idea how to do a lot of this stuff in games. But from my limited point of view, and as a person that plays the games and streams games, I've obviously been seeing like a lot of the conversations where people are talking about, you know, what they're unhappy with Unity, and then what they're happy about with Unreal. You know, these game engines, stuff like that are getting used to make these games. Ultimately, well, I mean, there's a couple different things. Like, seeing what Code Miko was doing with Unreal 5 was pretty cool. I've at least seen, like, demo-wise what she was capable of doing. So I would love to see that continue. You know, the kind of that green jungle, high detail look, her character imported into that world, and I don't know. I just haven't been able to check out as much as I would like to check out with her stuff, though. Okay. Nothing out here. Unreal is amazing, but has a steeper learning curve. Yeah. I wouldn't even know where to begin. But again, I definitely appreciate a lot of the modding you guys do for at least 7 days. At least what's been capable of being done in Unity for 7 days makes me happy. Okay, Blue Joy just logged in. Party up, but obviously I won't be on too much longer. Blue Joy, I'll be closing out the stream, and then yeah, I'm basically got to be a few minutes away from hitting the pillow. Then yeah, I think I'll get up early, get my workout, and then I'll try to get half an hour on this before my day job schedule starts up. Interesting moment when your body's winding down and wants to sleep very, very soon, and so muscles in your body start like saying, no, we mean very, very soon. And my brain's like, dude, it's just chill. Got like 5 more minutes. Feel that again? Yeah. Yeah, it'll be nice. A lot of the stuff that I'm doing now is making me a little bit more mobile. It makes me happy, get a little bit more energy, a little more pep in my step. You know, doing my daily vitamin intake, but just doing basic exercise around the apartment, trying to keep mobile and keep active. Otherwise, the muscle fatigue and weight gain comes back again, and gotta stick with it. I gotta. Then when I lay down, my brain says nope. Right? that was almost last night, but thankfully I shut down. Yesterday was like a light switch. I just like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Laying in bed, looking at the ceiling. Oh god, I got this idea of something I want to do. Oh, I got this idea of what I want to do. I still have these 50,000 things I haven't finished, but I've got these new 50,000 things I want to do. Ping, 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 ping. Ah. I have found lately it's okay, this mouse is haunted. I have found lately that loud music has been soothing to fall asleep to. You know, sometimes some metal, sometimes some heavy techno. And so I found like in some cases that works, but I'm an on-call person, and I have to be able to get phone calls when I'm called during the night if needed. And so if my phone doesn't shut off the music, and then my brain doesn't register that there's something different happening, as in a phone ringtone, then they sleep through a call. You know, thankfully I can't, by going sideways, accidentally topple in to all those frames that Bluejoy's on. Or likewise, if I was doing that. I'm glad that's not a thing. Because it was occurring to me as I was getting closer. I was like, wait a minute, I'm just sidestepping right towards those frames. But don't topple me. I won't. God, I hope not. As much as we joke around, I really hope you guys don't really do that to me, because, oh. Talk about getting booted out of the GSB club. I know Dorks are so tempted, though. I know he really wants to pull the frame out from under me. We would never ... No, there should be no ... It is never. I was talking to people earlier, or yesterday, sorry, about April Fool's stuff and how I can't stand pranks and things like that. It's just unnecessary in my opinion. Little tiny stuff is harmless, but I think some people just take it way too far. It's that seeking attention kind of thing that a lot of people do with pranking that I don't get. All I do is occasionally run up behind you and pop you with an arrow or a snowball. There you go. Yes, that's cool. That happens. Or just when we log on in general and we happen to be right next to each other when we do it. I think I did to Magic or somebody one day, and then the next day they did it to me. They're like, see, that's what you get. I was like, but I didn't mean it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely ready for White Friday. That's where I'm ready to start fresh again. Oh shit. I will say that I'm not gonna vow that I never do a large build like this again. But this is it for the ThunderCats lair. Tonight and tomorrow night. Oh, I just realized I got 2 potatoes and some bacon I could cook up in the morning. That perks me up a little bit just thinking about it. Whew, I did get a couple bags of frozen vegetables too. Maybe I'll toss that in with the potatoes. Maybe. Oh, vegetable stuff. Nah, I've definitely acquired a better taste for vegetables this stage of my life. All right. Speaking of tacos, or I could have another taco. Oh darn. Push this a little bit more. I want to get through the stack of concrete. Headcanon idea for this huge open air space we got going on. The ThunderCats need a large area for training and recreation. Oh, heck yeah. Although, as soon as you start putting down a weight bench or something from the game, then you start realizing we got way too much space. But similar to what I was like thinking too, like it'd be cool to have some like bars and interweaving things happening here in this open space area. I haven't thought it through too much, but your idea I think makes that idea more sound and solid. Like the giant jungle gym idea, right? Forgot I was gonna look at how many points I've got that we're gonna be 22,787. A bicycle is 2,500. Okay, that's not bad. Mini bike is 6,000. I might spoil myself with a mini bike next map this Friday. Gas 1,000 gas is 250. That's pretty good too. We could literally just plop some stacks of blocks and bars around, and then the air above is like space for crazy kitty aerial stunts. There you go. That's always one of my favorite parts about the intro to the ThunderCats is the part where Cheetara does the whole big huge flip, and the camera angle kind of follows her a little bit as she's flipping around. I don't know why, for some reason that made me think of that part with Cheetara. Concrete mix is 500 per 1,000. That would go quick, I'm sure. Oh. Lever action rifle is 8,000. No, that'd be costly. A mini bike plus that is 14,000, and we would have 8,000 left. Basically, I'd want something if I were to go into the wastelands early that I can have at least a decent chance with, and I would most likely have points into rifles by then if I was going to go that route. But yeah, I don't know. We're gonna try to remember too how many sky coins I have, and then from there we'll try to beat that number by the end of this current server, depending on how long it goes. Gyrocopter is 20,000. I'd be able to afford a gyrocopter on day one. Maybe not the gas. Yeah, what's going on out there? Again, people just being dicks about their vehicles. Sorry, I know you guys can't see what I'm doing here. I'm just trying to get an idea of what I want to buy on day one. We'll definitely get some wood and get some wood frames going right away. Okay, so I've got 22,000. If I could try to get at least 3,000 more sky coins before the end of the server. We'll get 200 for voting tomorrow, 200 for voting Thursday. And I'm guessing Friday morning I'll be able to do another vote session. So 2, 4, 600 that way. So I would have to get 2,400 zombie kills. Or I think you earn overtime also online, I think. I can't remember how much, but I think it would be fun to get have a mini bike on day one. Okay, thank you, sir. So there's a thunderstorm and a tornado watch. Lovely. Oh my goodness, Wolfie McBocker, how you doing? No, not the Thundercats. It's better if you make Castle Grayskull. Well, somebody already did that though. Was it Mr. Reach? Did a Horde Night in somebody's build of Castle Grayskull. So, nah, Thundercats is subjectively for me more preferable, and it's a personal project that I started 6 years ago, and couldn't quite get things right because the blocks, it's too blocky looking or whatever. And so now that we got better blocks and everything, I made it a mission this current playthrough on this server to finally do it, to finally get it done. And we're at the point now we're just doing final basic stuff here. Whatever gets done gets done. The server owners are going to be wiping and restarting the map this Friday. Blue Jay, are the pillars in this room going to be the full big round ones like in the wings, or just these skinny square ones? I had thought about doing a different pattern for these, but again, it's all about the amount of time we got left that I probably wouldn't be able to do it. Yep, I just saw a flash of lightning. If my stream abruptly ends, it's because power and internet and stuff like that. We have a thunderstorm here in Atlanta. Well, yeah, it's an old cartoon. Old? What are we saying here? Yeah, for those unfamiliar with the Thundercats from the 80s, this is the image of what we're building here. Now I'm on the inside, of course, working on these pillars. Blue Joy and I are working on it. But yeah, good times. Yoink. Yeah, Blue Joy. I couldn't remember what pattern I was gonna do for the for some of these pillars, but I think ultimately, if I had done this at the beginning instead, if I had thought about it, I would have done something kind of fun where it's where you get to turn the square sideways this way by making these four pieces basically. And it would have been a way to have essentially taken up 4 blocks worth of more structural integrity too, if we really needed it. And then at that point, you could kind of go a little bit wider between the pillars. But again, it wasn't really a big forethought for me on this playthrough. So if for anybody that's not seeing this, I know it's nighttime, but thankfully the snow's cleared out. The fog and the snow. But just to kind of give you guys an idea, we got a fence up because we're babysitting a large chicken. That's Cluck Norse. So you can see it a little bit in the dark here. Tomorrow night, I was supposed to do it tonight. I'm sorry, guys, but man, I'm getting wiped out. We'll be mimicking what we did on the shoulder over on the right side of the build and going to the left side and doing the same thing. So there's a cape and cowl design with this image. The one behind me doesn't have it, but this one does. That I was going to try to mimic a little bit here. And so it's not too bad. I mean, with the shapes we have in the game now, it is easier to capture a lot more smooth, rounded kind of areas. But yeah, suffice to say, the important part for me was just kind of like get to the stage where I was just like, yes, this is possible. This is where it could be. I could easily spend another month or two working on finite details. But again, the server's going to get wiped, and we don't need to press this any longer. It's just been a really fun build to finally get back to and try again. And we'll see when sun up I'll stay long enough for. I won't stop my stream until after setup, and we get a better visual on this. Again, unless lightning and power and everything fluctuates. Just thinking about what might be able to work with while you are off. Yeah, feel free to try a few things out. I have the rooms with the big round pillars. I have idea for designs in those rooms. I don't know if I'll even get to it though. Again, we got one more night after this. Yeah, I grew up on that stuff, so yeah. No, hey, for me, it's sometimes it just feels like it was yesterday, but I tend to not do the age conversation sometimes, so I'm kind of in a roundabout way teasing myself about that. Again, we were gonna see if we could export, but I'm just the server owners, everything else that they're working on, I'm not gonna worry about it. It's done. It's just it is. I got all these other things I got to move on to. Really, when it comes down to it. Ultimately, if it was really that important to me, I'd build it in the POI editor. I'd make a fresh new one myself and just put it together in there and make it available if somebody wanted it for a POI. Dang, that's sad. Well, I mean, yeah, just think about all the times we've started games and had to wipe and restart again, there's a content feeling in me of accomplishment with this. And I know it might seem odd to a lot of people. But it does feel good. Like I couldn't do some of the stuff that we've done 6 years ago with Alpha 16, it was just not possible with the blocks we had then. We didn't have the we had wedge and wedge tip back then, I believe, but we didn't have narrow wedge, the 4 blocks that make it even more steep angle, which is what the upper arm is, I believe, that I used for that. Let alone some of the other things. The admins on the server were kind enough to give me the trader doors for Trader Hugh, Trader Joel. They're big wooden doors, and so that's again, when the sunlight comes up in the game, we'll do a walk around. He-Man, ThunderCats, Dungeons and Dragons. Yep, Secret Squirrel. So the funny thing is like somebody on Twitter earlier, they were saying which base was your favorite base, and it shows like 4 different bases from 80s cartoons, and ThunderCats is one of them. Trying to see if I can find it, because I think somebody had liked yeah. So yeah, they had the G.I. Joe headquarters, they had Castle Grayskull, they had the ThunderCats lair, and then the Autobots ship that crashed into the volcano. that somehow, some way was never found by humans after millions of years. I think it was millions of years. I don't know. Do you guys remember that at all? What was it, like millions of years that the Autobots and Decepticons were crashed into Earth and then got uncovered? Because like they were like showing like the volcano was active, and it was a very volcanically active kind of Earth when they crashed. I can't remember if Teletran 1 had mentioned how long it was. Yeah, I'd have to watch that first season. I think I've got it. But more importantly, I've got season 1 of the ThunderCats that I got to watch first. And do my recap videos on them. Bluejoy could do an angular octagon for the pillars, or if you want me to, I can carefully deconstruct these ones and do the 4 ramp square. I don't mind either way, and I would make sure to adjust the count for the removed blocks. You know what? Yeah, go for it, Bluejoy. Was it, yeah, the 4 ramp square? Yeah, mathematically, if you do the count right, you might just be able to do those pillars and then take down the old pillars, right? Yeah, I think so. Been a long time since I watched it. Yeah, again, we're kind of biding time, waiting for daytime in the game here. So let me see if Transformers. How much time passed when they crashed? Just see if that comes up with. The Transformers timeline begins when the Earth itself was created. The planet mysteriously formed around a mechanical entity called Unicron. Wait, what? Okay, that's got to be like a. That's not Generation 1's version. A complete timeline of G1 cartoon. Oh, this is somebody on Reddit. Gonna give my own version of the G1 timeline. Feel free to tell me if I left a piece out or something. Time before time, there was once a universe filled with gods. Okay, whatever. Alright. Can I do a search for the word Earth? 12 million years ago, Cybertron is home to organic life, very similar to that of prehistoric Earth. Okay, whatever. Oh, right. There was a episode where they did a flashback of Skyfire and Starscream. They went to prehistoric Earth. Skyfire is lost in the expedition, presumed dead, and he's encased in ice. End up being like what the only Autobot that was a jet. Sorry, this could get. Yeah, well, I'll have to read that another time. Got me curious. Yeah, I could get into some real trouble getting deep into the lore of all that stuff. And that's, I think, ultimately one of the things I loved about Transformers, and a little bit of like ThunderCats, some of the expanded stuff of He-Man, and then G.I. Joe and everything, is when they did get into like a little bit of the background and lore and history and everything. Those cartoons were made for kids, but they had like that nice deep undertone of of built-in history and universe building, story universe building. That was always really nice. All right. Daytime, but we're going into some sort of a night vision goggle mode because of the the snow and the fog here. Yeah. And because this server has dynamic mesh turned off, unfortunately we can't go too far away, or it does disappear. I do love this angle for some reason. I like the especially like with a little bit of subtle fog, it has a deep looming kind of feel of the head and the neck and everything. You know, we probably could have gone out another 10 blocks with the head. For those that don't know, there is a trick to do invisible pillars that Dorkster helped us out with. That would have changed everything for me a month and a half, 2 months ago, doing this, but we at least have 4 pillars that you don't see there that are underneath the mouth and the jaw of the layer, and they ultimately connect to, and this is why the stairs have those pieces there. So 1, 2, 3, and 4 connect all the way up there. And so that helps us have the head out as far as it even is. Like we did have the head tucked back almost 10 blocks. I think it was 8 blocks we ended up moving it out from what it was before. So that was part of it too, is I had to do a bit of a reconstruction of the head. I won't necessarily call it a delay, but yeah, so subtly it's kind of neat to see some of this shadow or outline or whatever. But if it gets hurry up and turn the storm off. Again, this isn't my server, so I don't have the weather controls capability. But even then, I actually don't like it when you completely remove it, because the absolutely no particulates in the air makes it look too flat and whatnot. All right, I guess I got the house down payment goal there. We get a chance to come look, give me your ruling. Okay, I'll check in just a moment. Yeah, that's probably what will trigger the weather, right? If I'm not looking at the ThunderCats lair. Yeah, I think tomorrow might end up trying to get a couple different graphic changes on the stream. Oh, interesting. And then all you would have to do is take out 1 block on one side, right? Or wait. No, that is the 1 block. Okay, never mind. Sorry. Yeah, my mind didn't fully. Yeah, okay. So doing the 4 ramp squares will mean shifting them off center in a way, and I don't want any of the pillars to be too close in any spots. Okay, so it shifts them over by 1 block to the right, huh? I don't know. I say go for it and just reverse what you did here, or mirror what you did there with here. Like how much space does that eliminate? You're already doing it. Okay. How much space does that eliminate by turning them inwards like that? I mean, ultimately, it's not too huge of a deal, I think. Down the center, you know, cool. And then, oops, pressing the wrong buttons. But then there's still tons of space down the rest of these. I see what you mean. Yeah. Swap what I did with the okay. Damn it. How did it do that? We both placed at the same time, but it picked yours. Okay. Wait, did I do that right? I don't know. Ultimately, honestly, Blue Jay, I'd say go ahead and have fun with it. Find a pattern you like. Because yeah, this room's pretty much open for that. Again, so 3 wide corridor or 5. I think 5 wide down the center looks better. That does sound better. Oh wait, is it an odd number though to make it? Or it will be an odd number due to this design. Hey, look at that. Odd number. Down the middle. Because that's what I did in order to make the front gate, or the front door. Yeah. Brain's shutting down. Where am I? I'm on the 4th floor. Okay, cool. Got in my head now. Just wanted to hash it out. Heck yeah. No, appreciate it. Marble. I think ultimately, the build is a lot bigger than initially intended, but Oh well. Which is funny because the last attempt in Alpha 20, I was trying to go 150% of the original design, so 100 plus 50% more on size and everything, and I screwed up my measurements doing that, and so things were starting to get off in a lot of areas of the build, and so I got fed up and just threw in the towel in Alpha 20. But this time around, yeah, I just like everything just seemed to really kind of come together when I had the time to work on it, when others had time to help me work on it, and all of that combined, I think ultimately ended up making this a really fun build. Ugh. Ooh. Making energy last. No. That used up all the paint I had on me. And you can't delete it and get it back. What did you do? Soak it up in a mop and put it back in the bucket? We have lots of paint. I've just seen what I brought over here. All right. Oof. Bright light. Weehaw. All right. Teleport back. Was I aware that the height of the pillars is 23 blocks and I have 23 pillars? No. Wow. Oh, did you see my note on Discord? So it turns out the plus 43 meters for the main floor of this build is the same height as the plus 43 meters in Alpha 20 when I last tried to build this. Like, I had to have subconsciously remembered that. That had to have been a thing. Yeah. Is it sidewalk? Yeah. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. Rocket Man. Rocket Man. Something, 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 something. Sounds like a great time to be riding your motorcycle through the city streets in a thunderstorm where roads are probably slicker and burning out his fuse up here alone. Wait, what's that? Oh, is that part of the lyrics? Greg, brain shutting off. Ah. Okay. Eek. Let's say I have no idea how that became. Oh yeah, I did. It's a wall that's connected all the way through to the front, and we were testing out how the black TV screen looked up there. Okay, let's do one last look outside. Clock doors, no. Charge it head first at me. Beak out. Collision course. Yeah. So there you guys go. It's a much more clear visual than earlier. Tomorrow night, last night for us to work on this, so I'm spent, you guys. And ultimately, very fun build. One more night to work on it, but yeah, we'll have all the scaffolding finished, finally removed tomorrow, and I'll do a tour video on Thursday morning before they switch to PvP in the afternoon. Appreciate you guys coming out here. Appreciate all the conversations we had this evening. I think we got some really good stuff early on in the stream too. Some topics I wanted to touch on, so really appreciate you guys letting me kind of vent some of that out. Don't forget, yeah, tomorrow we'll be back to work on this. Thursday will be Minecraft, since tonight was not Minecraft. Thursday will be PvP on the server. I'm not interested in doing that right now, so that's why I did a little switch with Minecraft. Friday, at some point, they don't have a specific time, but they will have this server wiped and restarted with a new map. If it happens before I start my stream, I'll probably likely at least get started, get the new character going. You guys see me start a new character a million times, so we'll get the new character started as soon as possible. I mean, if they do it while I'm at work, I won't be able to do it, but we'll see. But then when we start up the stream for Friday night stream, we're basically going to level up the character kind of as fast as we can, so that we can survive in the wastelands, because next map is home base and horde base all in one in the wastelands. Obviously the build group team are welcome to join me. It's not going to be a big build, but it'll be a base they're welcome to join me in. But I'll want to talk to everybody that's participating at that base, so I know how big of a shooting range to build for the kill corridor for the horde base. So we'll see how it goes. So ultimately, certainly appreciate you guys supporting, not only on Twitch but on Kick and YouTube as well. You guys have really been awesome, helping me out with getting a lot of the numbers up on those. So we're gonna keep chugging along and multi-streaming, as far as I could tell, like forever. You know, we'll just keep going, unless something dictates where we won't, and maybe something specific, Twitch specific, Kick specific, YouTube specific. But as far as I could tell, doing a live stream on all three is, you know, honestly, it's just a good idea at this point. It's expanded my audience, I think, in the last month, you know, with what I'm seeing as far as growth rate. Now I just need to expand to an audience that keeps coming back, sticks to what you know, sticks to watching what I'm putting out, and gives feedback, and you know, we kind of find out what is not working with the analytics or with the feedback, and go into the summer modifying accordingly. So again, just really big appreciation for that, you guys. Thanks for coming out. Last but not least, as always, I like to thank the lurkers, people that don't chat when they come to my stream. Absolutely no obligation to do so. You come on in, hang out, and don't worry about chatting, even when I'm begging and pleading for conversation. But if you're not chatting because you don't have a topic of conversation, well, I love talking about comic books, TV shows, movies, and of course wherever I'm streaming at the time. So I thank you all for coming out tonight. I appreciate each and every one of you. As always, we'll see you on the next adventure. All right. Bye-bye.